I am live. At least it's telling me I'm live. So I am going to trust it. And hello. Let's see. Alrighty. It says one watching. And that might be me. I don't know. We'll see. I put a couple of invites out there for people to come chat, and we'll see if they do. Put a couple of invites out there for people to come on to the show. And I suppose we shall see if they do. So there's that. One watching, still started streaming less than a minute ago. And we'll see. According to YouTube, there's one person watching. According to StreamYard, there's nobody watching. So I could be talking to myself, which is fine. I do that anyway. The addition of a camera shouldn't change anything. And yeah, whatever. That's a thing. That's a thing that exists in the world. So, if there is anybody watching, let me know how the sound is. Do I sound okay? Do I not sound okay? All right, well. Okie dokie, let's see what's going on over here. All right. Ain't nothing going on anywhere. Nothing. Oh, man. Somebody was here, then they left. They didn't say anything. I mean, I could sit here and talk to myself, I suppose, but so much more fun if I'm talking to somebody. I don't know. And we'll see. It is what it is. What happens, happens. Where it goes is where it goes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Autumn. I am like really, really, really happy with it. Got possibly a hair appointment right before Christmas. I was thinking about going blonde. We'll see. Not like a crazy platinum blonde or anything like that, but like a dirty blonde, something lighter. Surgery is January 4th, and so I was thinking about getting my hair done before going in for surgery. So new year, new me. We'll see. We shall see. So I picked up. This was like the thing that I'm like pretty much like jazzed about today is this hat. Because it was a plain black hat when I got it. I added all the other stuff. I did this. People didn't notice what? Tell me, tell me. I'm not sure what you mean. You had that experience and people didn't notice. Didn't notice what? $250. Yeah, I mean it depends on obviously what you're getting done too. Um, yeah, the salon can be very fucking expensive. Um, for a while when I had the extensions, I was going every day. Oh, every day. I'm sorry, like every week or so. I was doing like a regular thing because I could just get a blowout. It was easier for them to wash it than me because extensions are a real pain in the ass. Um, so I was going for that. Highlights and a trim, and you did color. Mm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it can be pricey. I don't go nearly as much. 'Cause I don't really need to anymore. I go every few months for color now. Extensions, I hated them. They were awful. They were the glue-in type, and they were awful. One night, well, one morning, I woke up, and a lot of the glue, they were all just stuck together in big clumps. And I went to and she took them out for free. Normally there's a charge, but she said she felt really bad, so she took them all out for free. And it is what it is. Yeah, I made this. This was a plain black hat. And I made it. So I'm pretty jazzed about the hat. Very, 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 very jazzed. Mhm. Here's the thing: is like, okay, so I have always been like, inspired is the right word. I don't know. I've always been like into the Wicca and the witch and Wicca aesthetic. Always, 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 right? Like whole big like Stevie Nicks, fan and all that kind of stuff, right? Always, always. And in the US, for the entirety of my life, for men to say that is frowned upon, right? To be into that kind of stuff or to deal with that um is frowned upon, right? You can't be a dude, right? And be into certain things. So last weekend, um, Peach and I and the kids, we went to a fall festival right across the border in New York State, and there was this like trailer. There was a vendor because like the streets are lined with vendors, and it's a lot of food, a lot of crafty type stuff, really neat stuff. And this one was this trailer of they made witch hats, and I was like, I flipped out. And now I'm trying all the hats on because like totally the stuff that I was secretly into when I was young. I went through like a whole Wicca phase um, years ago, and I used to smudge and I used to do all that stuff, and it was neat, you know. So here I am, like I'm like, oh my god, I can like wear this stuff, and it's not gonna be any weirder for people than like normal for me, right? I can get away with this kind of creativity. I can get away, with doing that. Um so now it's just like I'm free to do it. I'm like totally ecstatic about it. It's so it's silly. It's like being a kid. And so I'm looking at the hats, and they had hats like this, it's a top hat, not a big top, it's a low profile top hat, and they had a few of them. Actually, I think there's a name for this kind of a hat. I don't know. But they had a few different ones, and they had witch hats. They're actual witch hats, and um, some of them that looked like the Sorting Hat, and they had like big top hats, and they were all very feminine. They were all decorated with flowers and different themes, and I was like really jazzed. I wanted one. There's like actually a couple of them there that they had that I really wanted to buy, but the cheapest one was like 30 something bucks. And I obviously, because it's me, I did not want um I did not want the cheapest one. So the ones I wanted were like between 50 and hi Amber. Between like 50 and 70 bucks. And I didn't have that kind of money. So we went to Spirit Halloween today to get costumes for the kids. And I stumbled upon this hat. And it was just a black hat, right? Just a black hat with the lace. That's all it was. And I'm like, I'm gonna get that, and I am gonna make my own hat in the style of what they were selling in the truck, and that's what I did. So I spent on glue sticks and a glue gun. I spent $10. I spent $17 on the hat, so it's $27. Everything else I had. Um, so I got what was a $60 hat, basically, for you know $27. And the only thing is, I had to make it myself. But I think I did pretty damn good. So I am really happy with it. I'm really jazzed. I've been wearing it off and on for hours because it's a hat. Of course, why wouldn't I wear it? It's neat. And like I said, I'm jazzed. I could sell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had jokingly posted a picture of it saying maybe I found a new business idea. I mean, there's already somebody fairly close in my area doing this. I don't want to be that girl, I don't want to be the one to, steal somebody's business idea only because fell in love with the aesthetic. But I could probably, if I wanted to, I could probably sell this without the spider web, I guess, or with maybe, I don't know, for 45 bucks. Um, the thing is, I would have to find out where to get hats wholesale, because I don't want to have to buy them full price. But and again, that's something it would that kind of thing. It would take money to start. Um, Thank you. I I don't notice it. I have been told. I've been told I pass, except for my voice, and then I'm told, "Don't worry about the voice. Don't worry about your voice. Don't worry about your voice." I worry about my voice. Um, but I have I've been told I pass. So, what about Patreon? Oh, you like sell them over Patreon? I don't know how does that work? Can I do that? Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could do like on Facebook pictures, and I can get a couple different hats and put pictures and take orders. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. My hair is not cooperating right now. Take vocal lessons. Well, yeah, it's not that's. Well, I guess it is that simple. I've actually looked for. Somebody said you look amazing in that hat. Well, thank you. Um, I can't find any vocal coaches, and I don't have any money to take actual vocal classes. I just can't afford that. Not at this point. And I tried to do vocal lessons over YouTube. And I can't do it. I tried. I tried. Not happening. Not happening. Oh, it's all rough. I need to get some like leave-in conditioner. It's all staticky and rough and knotty. I gotta do something about that. There are people on YouTube, yeah. I check them out. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work for me. Man, this looked so good before. There we go. I felt that Vegas. I did the same thing. I did the same thing. I felt like an idiot. Some of the stuff I had no idea what they were talking about. They were like, make your range go over here and over there. I'm like, how? How? What do you mean make it? I don't how. Explain how, and then I'll do it. Like a lot of the people who do um the vocal lessons on YouTube, I hear them speak and they've nailed it, but they don't do a really good job explaining how they do it. Either that or I'm just too stupid to understand. So I try. I try. Oof. Sorry. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, I haven't it hasn't happened like in person, face to face, but I have had people say to me, um, online from pictures and all that other kind of stuff that I pass. And if that's true, I am thrilled. Um, but I I still see the same person, you know, from a year ago, from 2 years ago. I don't see anything. I don't see a major difference. But I thank you for saying it and for pointing it out and for boosting my my self-esteem here. Thank you. But if you have to fight the weird and start. Yep, I understand that. I get that. That's kind of yeah. Um, it's hard. It is hard. Oh man, let me see here. Hmm. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Um. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a journey. Hmm. Oh, back to the hats. I think I'm gonna. And you know what? Hey, Peach, are you watching? Oh, okay. I was gonna say something to you on camera, but if you're not in the room, that's all right. It's all good. Hey, Butch, what's up? How's Myrtle Beach? Fucking journey. I know the word journey. I've seen people have issues with the word journey when it comes to trans people. Trans people. And it is a journey. It is. I wish there was a better way to describe it, but it is. Um, I mean, you go through so much, and there's this your life changes, and you end up in a different adventure. I like that adventure. It's an adventure. Um, okay, so a couple of years ago, somebody had given me the title. There's actually a couple of different titles that because I didn't like I had an issue with like some of like the gender questioning or um non-binary was another one. I kind of was like at so I had gotten actually a friend of mine gave me a couple of different titles to use instead of trans or non-binary, and one of them was gender not, as in NAUT, like an astronaut, right? Gender not. And another one was gender adventurer. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah. So Myrtle Beach is awesome. I bet it is. Hey, Butch, somewhere on the beach in Myrtle Beach, there either is or there was a statue of an island. Apparently, it's like of an island of an angel, and it's apparently like right in the water. Like the waves come up, it's like right there on the beach, right close to the shore, right there. Right, it's an angel, the angel of hope, in Myrtle Beach. Um, look for it and let me know if you find it, because there's a story behind that particular statue. So, and if you've already seen it, let me know. Let me know now, and I can tell you the story. Fuck, I might just tell the story anyway, so everybody knows what I'm talking about. But um, so yeah, so Myrtle Beach. So over the summer, my oldest kid and his girlfriend, they went to Myrtle Beach, and they stumbled upon this angel statue right on the shore. And they took pictures of it. And they posted to Facebook, and they're like, "Oh, look, the angel! It's the angel of hope. This thing has been here through like X number of hurricanes, and it's been here for blank number of summers, whatever it was, like 15 summers or whatever, right? And it survived like 6 hurricanes, that kind of a thing. It's the angel of hope, and it's so cool. And people would like they'd leave rocks or they'd leave pennies and or they'd put beads on it and that kind of a thing. It was like a thing where some touristy people would go and they took pictures and that kind of thing. While my kid was there, the statue vanished, and it ended up being big news. And he was interviewed on TV down in Myrtle Beach, um, where he was talking about how they'd just gotten there and they saw the statue and they were happy that they saw it, but now whoever took it, please return it. And before he left, somebody bought a new one, a new angel, and they put it out there. And then after he got home, he had heard that somebody stole the new one. So I'm in this weird spot. Plus 1 month HRT and 125 pounds. Amazing. Autumn. That is amazing. I don't currently reflect my authentic self. I have to say that my IRL life is like pretty great now, except for home. Understandable. Don't know how to far to take it because I feel like if I go all the way, I won't pass. So, Autumn. The conventional wisdom is fuck passing and be you. And I agree with that to a point. Like I kind of feel like I agree that should be your approach, not just your approach, anybody who's transitioning, right? I kind of feel like that should be the approach. Um, but I also believe that every single one of us is impacted by the world around us. And most people want, right? Like me, all I want is to get through life being my, authentic self, um, as easily as possible with, the path of least resistance. This is what people want. Hey, what's up, TJ? Um, I don't want to be like, I don't want to be that trans girl. I was just talking to Peach about this before. I don't want to be that trans girl. I don't want to be like, all of my videos on YouTube now are about transition, and they are, but I don't want to, like, I didn't want that to happen. I don't want to be an activist. Um, but I don't think I have a choice in a way. So it's just like, don't you shouldn't care if you pass. Autumn, be happy. Just be happy. Not everybody can be beautiful like me. Um, just walk your path. Be happy. And if you pass, great, even better. But if you don't, just be happy. Sounds so cheesy, I know, but that's really what it is. And yeah, like, I don't want to be everything is about transition now. I don't want all my videos about transition. I don't want to be that trans girl. I don't want to be on like the goddamn podcast and everybody's like, oh, hey, look, the trans girl is on. Um, but at the same time, well, that's what's going to happen because I don't think there's any way around that. Oh, Peach, I don't remember. Oh, no, wait. Okay, so this is what we're thinking. What I'm thinking anyway. I got the idea from Amber in the chat, and I don't know if Amber is still in the chat or not. But okay, so like the hat, to get a couple more hats, right? And to like do them up, like I did this one. I made this, by the way, TJ. I made this. To do like maybe one for each season, like I was saying earlier, then take pictures of them and put them on Facebook and sell them or offer them for sale and start taking orders through Facebook for them. And they can pay me through Patreon. Like an artist account kind of a thing. I don't know. I don't remember if that was everything I wanted to say to you, though, Peach. I don't know, Vegas. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's not a bad approach. I don't know if, and I mean, I don't want to police the way. I don't want to police the way anybody decides that they are going to identify or the path that they're going to take. It's just from the way I see things, like myself, my point of view on the world. Is kind of more, if you're not going down a path that is the most authentic you that you can be, just settling for being a bi guy just seems sad and a waste of energy. And again, I don't need to tell you what you've sacrificed. Keep in mind what you sacrificed, and don't let that kind of a sacrifice be for transient reasons, if that makes sense. I'm like the trans whisperer. So, but like me, when it comes like to the content and going on the goddamn podcast and on the dinner club and making my own videos and all this stuff, all of my online content, all of that stuff um has very much become a centered on being trans. centering on keeping up on my transition and all that kind of stuff. And I don't want it to be that. But I don't know if there's any way for it to not be, if that makes sense. I was a fan of ZJ, Zinnia Jones, before she transitioned. And after she transitioned, I kind of fell away. Still love her to death. We've been friends for a long time. It's just that it started to be like everything is about trans stuff now. Everything is about trans stuff now. Um, and now I'm following in that same in that same path. And I don't know. I I mean, I obviously I have some control over what I do. It's my own actions, but like I think it's kind of a trap that's very difficult to avoid. That no matter what, because I have a platform, because I have an online presence, and a small following, um, I don't think there's any way around, to some degree, being an activist, at least to some degree. Yeah, Vegas, exactly, right? People are like, how do you identify, right? I identify as a woman. Um, and while that's true on myself, right, my own personal, my identification with me and in my immediate world, but when it comes to the world at large, that doesn't work because nobody will ever let that be, right? So you don't have a choice. Your identity becomes trans. It becomes everything. It becomes all encompassing. It swallows fucking everything. Where are you, baby? Yes, baby, tomorrow. I was actually going to bring that up. It's interesting you did. So here's something neat since we're talking about it. It's 9:13 p.m. Okay, so 12 years ago, exactly 12 years ago, right now at quarter after 9, right? 12 years ago today, right now, quarter after 9, I was in a hotel room, trashed, wasted. Um, I was completely plastered, and it was in the middle of a great debate community um, convention. It was the Washington D.C. Atheist Convention, um, and I was so drunk. I was hanging out with Scott Clifton, the TV star. I was hanging out with, at the time, Thunderfoot a little bit was here that night, wasn't he? Yeah, I think he was there. I was hanging out with all kinds of people, and there was one dude that was there that got on a bus, and he was on that bus from Texas to Washington. Apparently, took a couple of days, but he went there just to meet me, and he was buying me drinks all night long, and I was completely plastered. And he picked me up over his shoulder and tried to take off with me. And Peach was there, and Peach grabs a hold of me and pulls me down and yells at him, and says, "Dev Shell cannot consent. Can't you see? What's wrong with you?" And I put my arms around Peach and I said, "I love you." And she said, "I love you too." And that night, we became a couple. And that was 12 years ago, technically tomorrow, but it was at like, quarter after 9 that I was completely plastered in the hotel room. But we officially became a couple tomorrow. So tomorrow is our 12-year anniversary. So because I was drunk, because I was drunk and almost raped, and Peach was there to defend me. Because of that, what happened that night, Peach and I now have a home together and 2 kids. It's amazing where life can take you. Ah. Mm. Yes, that is true. Yes, Vegas. You can influence, but you cannot control how you're perceived. Exactly. Right. Trump doesn't identify as an asshole, but he's clearly, clearly an asshole. So that's very true. I like the way you put that. Very, very well put. Trying to decide how much of the jubblies I show. I like that. I love that word. I do. I love that word. It's my jubblies. This has been an interesting. Thanks, Butch. Yeah, this has been an interesting show so far. How long have I been on? 36 minutes. It's been an interesting 36 minutes. It's been pretty good. But Vegas, I honestly do believe that while I've seen a lot of trans women talk about passing as if it's like nothing, right? That it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't. Don't worry, pass. It doesn't matter if you pass or not. Passing isn't important, and I call bullshit because, like I said, everybody wants to move through life with through the least path of resistance, or the path of least resistance, and passing is going to help facilitate that. Now, like people will say things like, passing, whether or not you pass, or whether or not it matters that you pass, is going to be about the society around you, about people, and that we have to start nudging society in a direction where trans people are fully accepted, whether they pass or not. And while I agree that that would be ideal, I do not believe that my tranny ass is going to do anything to move that needle. You know, I'm just a hat wearing girl doing my thing. I mean, um, who gives a shit what I think? Why is that going to matter? So I don't know. I think you shouldn't worry so much about passing, but I do understand that it's important. And as somebody who transitioned at an older age, um, I'm 51. Um, I understand the fear of not passing. I understand of the fear of not being accepted. So much of it. Um, so exhausted already. Yet. Oh, autumn, and you have such a long way to go yet too. You've come far, but you still have a long way to go. And I know because I'm further, and I have a long way to go. Um, it's hard. So what you do is you don't take on the whole world all at once. Rest. Take your hormones, you know, experiment with your hair. If you're into makeup, if you wear makeup, experiment with that. Whatever makes you feel good. Just experiment with it, you know, but rest. Rebuild your energy in the meantime. What else can you do? What else can you do? See, I'm getting so upset with this. This spider web sucks. I should just leave it the fuck alone. Not I mean. Not I mean. I don't know. So, Peach, baby, happy anniversary, love. We got to do something. I know we're going out next Saturday. So that's what next Saturday is our anniversary date. We're gonna go see. We're going to PF Chang's, and we're gonna go see Black Adam. And I am looking forward to both. And I might wear the hat. Yay! It's cool. We haven't gone out in so long. So all of you people who are in relationships, whether you're married or long-term relationship or fuck it, short-term relationship, if you're in a relationship, everyday life, just the world in general, especially when you're going through something big, it's easy to not nurture that relationship. But a relationship is like a child, you know? You have to spoil it every now and then. And that's just going out, having a couple of drinks, maybe having a good time, doing something as a couple, just getting the fuck out and getting away from the world. That's something that Peach and I sometimes have a hard time doing. And we are long overdue, and I am so looking forward to next weekend. It's Saturday night, no kids, just she and I, and my daughter is going to watch the boys. So that's going to give us some freedom that we haven't had a whole lot of. And I'm jazzed. It's all good. It is cool stuff. I need the Hannah. Yeah. I need to fix the cobwebs though. Well, that'd be nice, Autumn. My kid is upstairs kicking in the wall. That's what he does when he goes to bed until he falls asleep. He kicks the wall. Go to karaoke. There you go. That'll be fun. I like karaoke. I can't sing worth the shit, but I don't care. I love it. So what else is going on? What else are we talking about? What else do you want to talk about? What else can we talk about? I was kind of hoping someone would come on. I need the hat on surgery day. I'll have a different hat. I'll make a different hat. I'll make a New Year's one. That's a good idea. I think I'll do that. I think I'm gonna make a New Year's one. I gotta find these hats cheap. I gotta find a way to, and I'll get a whole bunch of them. I'll make a whole bunch of hats. Hey, baby, I'm gonna end up with hats all over the house. You okay with that? I should set up an area down here and do crafts down here. I can, you know what? Maybe I can bring that hanging desk. Maybe I'll bring that back down, and I'll put it here again, and I'll get rid of that decorative mantle, and I'll put the desk there again, and I'll set up a craft station to make my hats. Autumn is weird. What if I call you Vegas? Because I'm not calling you Chris, unless you're going to go with like Chrissy or Christine or Christy. Right? Right. Right. That's right. It's the Raven July Haberdashery. I love my name. I love my name. Speaking of names, sorry Vegas. I love my name. If you want to come on, how do I? Here's the thing. How do I send you the link? You're not on social media anymore. Like this girl just ditches social media completely. Oh, Discord. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Derp. A derp a do. All right, invite. I don't use Discord for much of anything. These days, there you are. These days, I'm on there a lot more than I've ever been before because the goddamn podcast is actually pretty active. Okay, well, some fat guy actually on the goddamn podcast is very active on Discord, um, and likes to talk about stuff. Just stuff. And, love them to death. Sometimes I want to tell them to shut up. It is what it is. It bees what it bees. So, um, expand to other accessories. The Raven July Haberdashery. We got to go like on, I don't know, Photoshop or something and design a. Shit, I'll make a new YouTube channel just to show off the hats and stuff. I'll get like video of going around the hat. I got to learn more about how to do like, steampunk kind of hats. Because that would be popular. I don't know. Maybe we could do that. Maybe. It actually might not be a bad idea. That would be so cool. I don't know how much money you could make doing that, though. We'd have to be able to find stuff cheap. And that's always where the trick is, you know what I mean? No, I mean. Somebody commented on my photo. Oh, I love it. I love it too. Thank you. I'm like, sitting here waiting to accept Vegas into the stream, and she's not showing up. Anywho, did you get that? Looks like you got it. Hey, there she is. There she is. You are muted. Yeah.
Am I still muted?
No, not anymore.
Hi.
Hi, I'm digging the hair.
Thank you. Like
Yeah,
it?
no, it's growing in nice. It's
Yeah.
growing in fast.
Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. So so I got this group of girlfriends that are kind of helping me out, right?
Okay.
And so well, first I go to the salon, right? And
Right.
that's all foreign, and I'm like,
Right.
but she's like, yo, first stop washing your hair every fucking day, right? She said, stop that shit, right? And then she said, which is hard, by the way, because like I'm not used to like washing and not getting my hair wet. And
Right.
so like I got it wet, first of all. And wherever you get that shit wet, it goes fucking this way and that way. And like I love it. It's great, but also kind of a bitch too sometimes, right? Like
Yeah.
so she's like, you need this product, you need this shit, buy a blow dryer, do all these things. And so I go to Target, right? And there is a fucking wall of hair dryers. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck even? I can't like what? And so
I ordered. I had actually a friend of mine, a YouTuber, um, who helped me out with like a lot of my firsts.
yeah.
She me an Ulta Beauty gift card she sent me over the internet. And she's just like, go to town. And I got a hair dryer for like $9. I got a curling iron. I got a straightener. I mean, I went and I got all kinds of stuff, most of which I've never used yet.
Right.
It doesn't mean I'll never use it, so I'm glad I have it. But then it was like makeup and all that kind of stuff. Peach actually, she bought me. I got this big kit that she got me. It was like the very first thing of anything that I got. And it was like one of those like drugstore makeup kits
Hmm.
where it was like everything. And it was at the very beginning we were like, do we want to spend this money? Is this a path that I am actually going to travel down, or am I just kind of like putting my feet in the water kind of a thing?
Right.
And if that's the case. So we don't want to spend all this money, but we did anyway. And some of it I still use. A lot of it is garbage. Those kits. It's crap.
It's kind of like the stuff that I picked up at Spirit Halloween today I'm doing a vampire thing, and
Oh,
it's like,
cool.
yeah,
So
I'm
let's just
actually, oh, what's that? Pop
pop
fuel.
feel. This is like there's like nothing left. I like ripped right through this. Um, but you know,
So the thing is, like, all that stuff, like, it's not interesting. Like I know I'll have to do it, but like I'm not really,
right,
I don't. It's just, I don't have any innate interest in it. Um,
right.
in any, like,
And
really anything. But
I was the same way. I was and still kind of like it's one of the it's there are people who fall under the trans umbrella, and whether they're actually trans or they're non-binary or they're a
right,
cross-dresser or whatever it is, right?
right,
Everybody has everybody's where they are or on the path that they're on for their own reasons.
right.
And it's like I get people, and I get it all the time. Oh wow, a cross dresser, and oh, I love dressing. And when do you dress? It's like no, 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 no. I am not a cross dresser.
Right.
Nothing wrong with being a cross.
I'm a cross dresser technically, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, do you identify as a woman? Are you transitioning to be a woman or no?
So I mean, the way I'd explain it, and I'm cool with talking about it, like the whole autumn thing. It's just jarring right now, you know.
Right.
So that's so the
Well, I
thing
mean,
is,
if you don't want me to call, I won't do it anymore.
no, it's not like
It's-
that's it. It's just I'm ripping off the tape, so I'm just too much all at once kind of thing.
yeah,
So the way I'd explain it is my soul or my mind or whatever. It's female, right? But
right.
the thing is, being trans and transitioning, as you know, they're different things. Like they're related, obviously, but um, you, if I transition, it's not like because I didn't feel or wasn't a certain way, right?
Okay.
But I am transitioning. It's just
Right.
like
So
it's
then,
like we talked about. It's like I still have to navigate this world, and I want to be comfortable in it, and
right.
and
So
you know,
because
yeah.
of that, I would say that you're not a cross dresser.
No. Well, I mean, like I'm just saying, if I'm really a girl, right, I, I present as a guy, and you know, I
Mm,
mean, well,
Okay, so are you saying that you're a girl who presents as a guy, therefore you're cross-dressing as a man?
Right.
Yes,
Exactly. Exactly.
yes. I mean, I tell people that all the time. Actually, I cross-dressed for 50 years. Not
Right. All right. I've
anymore.
been doing it. I've been cross dressing for the last 40 years.
Right, not doing it anymore. Yeah, but I mean, and I don't have nothing against because people get very defensive. It's just like, no, no, I got nothing. If that's what you want to do, if that's who you are and that's what you want to do, then that's what it is. I don't
Right.
care. I just know that in my mind, there's a difference between what I'm doing and what person X is doing. It's not
Exactly.
the same thing. We don't have a lot in common. So when you start asking me questions about dressing and
Right.
getting excited about it, I don't understand that because it
Right.
doesn't spell for
Right.
me.
Right. So to me, like those people are, and it's fine. I'm cool with it. Like I don't have
Right.
a problem with it. But they're getting
You're breaking up really, really bad. Even though I already know what you're saying because I know, but you're frozen now, and so start over.
sorry. No, yeah. For whatever reason that they do it, I know that they're not the same reasons. I'm not
Right.
like I look forward to doing things, but I think the way I think about it and that group of people think about it, it's not
Now,
the same.
not all
Right.
of them,
Sure. Sure.
but for a large number of them, for a certain percentage of them, it's sexual reasons.
Sure.
Um,
Right.
and fine. I got no problem with. I don't care.
Anything goes. Right.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
yeah, I got no
Whatever.
problem with all kinds of stuff,
Yeah.
but it isn't the same thing.
Right.
I had so somebody get upset with me when I tried to explain myself when it comes to this. It was a cross dresser who was sending me all these pictures. I'm like, why are you sending me pictures? Like, I don't want to see you dressed up as a maid. Or I
Because they right, and it's always got to be that the cat shit, right, or whatever the fuck.
right.
Right.
And it's just like I love that you
Like
feel like that you can
right.
be open with me. I love that you feel like you're having a good time, and I love that you're enjoying this. That's great and good for you. I don't know why you're sending it to me, and it's just like, oh well, I figured since we both dress, and I said I dress every day because I get dressed,
Right.
and that's dressing and getting dressed are different things.
Right. It's not the same thing, but it could be a pathway or an outlet for people that are trying to
Right.
understand
And
themselves too.
that's why I don't just like tell them like that group.
Right. Right.
That's why I'm not like just get the fuck away.
Right.
Because I know there's a lot of those people are either on the path or
Right.
about to be. They're eggs.
Right.
And some of them. And I don't want to be the bitch. That like, uninspires them. I don't want to be the one that pours cold water on them.
No, yeah, you don't want to
Like,
be like you're not a real
bro,
trans person or whatever.
yeah, yeah, right.
That's
Like Blair White. Blair White. If you don't pass or if you're not attractive, Blair White doesn't think that you're trans.
she has got to be
That
getting
makes
she has got to be getting paid. Like there's just no way, right? Like and Buck Angel, what the fuck? Like who is paying you, right? Like it is
it's
so immediately obvious. Like from the moment I tune into one of those fucking things, because I have this pathological thing about watching shit I hate. I don't know why,
right.
but I
Pathological need to be abused. Is that what it is?
I but I find myself
Me,
looking
baby,
at it
insult me.
right. Right. So I just like sit there
Yeah.
and fucking abuse myself and I listen to this shit. And I'm like, yo, like, why? Like, why? Like, the only thing I can think of is you have to be getting paid, right? Like, I don't know by who or what, but I will say this because he's in such obscurity, unlike Blair White, unfortunately, I kind of like smile at it because whoever's paying him to do his bullshit has got to be kind of upset that he's like a follower of five and it's all the people that sit there pathologically and listen to it like us. So at least there's that.
Right.
So anyway, how are you?
I'm good.
Congrats on your anniversary. Hi, Peach, if you're watching.
Is she still? I don't know if she's still in because it says there's one person watching. So I don't know anymore. I don't know.
Yeah.
These things like nobody shows up, or they do, they don't stick around.
Who
Peach usually
cares?
stays,
I
unless
like
she's.
talking to you. Sure.
I used to really. I used to fill these rooms. Not on YouTube though, because at the time YouTube didn't have this. But it was
Right.
Blog TV. Hey, Baby Slayer. Blog TV. Vaughn Live. Um, what are the other ones? I don't know. I used to like get you know 40, 50, 60. I used to have very active rooms and active chats. I used to be able to. I was a draw.
Right.
Nobody gives a shit about me anymore. No, like
You're my draw raven. I like you.
I actually God this I hate this. I hate that I miss it. Um because
Yeah.
back then I would always say stuff like I don't care if people watch. I'm gonna say what I want to say. I am not in it for the subscribers. I'm not in it for the views. And I mean I still believe that I wasn't, but
But
I
you
miss
kind of want it. You kind of want the audience. I get it. I totally get it. And I haven't even done it, but I am looking forward to. So like as I'm going through this, I mentioned my spirit's kind of drained and like fighting is. It's just like it can just be too much, right? So I am now determined to start like a YouTube blog or something
nice.
as I go through this shit. And it's not because I want or in seeking any sort of audience, but I found myself as I've come out to people. I only want to say shit once to the people that I know aren't going to either stick around or like that I feel like don't even fucking deserve more than that, maybe. And maybe just for my own sanity or whatever.
I get
So
it.
yeah, I'm going to be doing that soon for sure because I've found just kind of just repeating myself and relitigating things, or it's like feeling like you're being interrogated, you know?
Have you shaped your eyebrows?
No, I, but I didn't shave my biologically female beard either. So,
No, it looks like eyebrows. That they actually they're a decent shape. They look pretty good.
thank you.
I was also going to say that your face looks different. You haven't been on hormones long, so it's most likely the weight loss.
It is, but also I might have got some Botox too. So maybe that's
Did
what
you really?
I did.
I was thinking about getting the injections in my lips.
Yeah. So great results after a few weeks. Right? Like
Really?
I've never had that, but I mean, yeah, you kind of look a little ridiculous coming out of there, and you just kind of suffer through it for a week, and then you kind of look better after that.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I've done nothing. What do you mean?
quack 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 quack.
I, I I can't afford to do that kind of thing. I have a friend, cis girl. I went to school with her. And when I started to become active on Facebook, which was when my last relationship ended. Shortly after that, I became active on Facebook. I found her on Facebook. I wasn't looking for her, just kind of found her. I don't even know how I found her, but whatever. Found her on Facebook, and so we've been talking for years. So when I came out, she was one of the first people that I told. Um, then we met for lunch and everything else. She goes all of the time, like religiously, for like all kinds of injections in her face. It's a little tiny Asian girl, and she's like, "Oh, Raven, you have to try it. You have to try it. You'll love it." And okay.
Right.
I'm afraid. Number one, I can't afford it. And when I do, like, I save it up enough money to do it, and I do it, then I'm going to be afraid that I'm going to love it. You know what I mean?
I
Because
do.
then it'll be like the crack I can't get.
Right. I know exactly what you mean.
Uh, I don't know.
I mean, I would sponsor your Raven, but my life is sort of in turmoil, and I need the money too.
Yeah, I believe me, I know. I'm not. So for
No,
anybody who is still watching, I think it's only Peach. Um, I do have a Patreon. You know,
yeah. I donate. I do what I can.
yeah, Vegas is a Ravenette,
I am
and anybody,
proudly.
uh, Thank you. Anybody who donates to my Patreon is a Ravenette,
And I bought her a pizza.
which I didn't get yet.
I know. I don't think you're gonna get that pizza.
I probably not.
That
TJ,
pizza's never
I don't know if
coming.
TJ is still here or not. I don't know. Yeah, TJ, where's my fucking pizza, man? Drive it up from Florida. Well, stop on the way. Stop on the way.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. Florida is no offense, TJ. Florida is a shithole. You need to fucking leave if you're still watching. It's such a shithole. I was just down there like a couple weeks ago. It's so bad.
Florida?
People, oh yeah, it's so bad.
I haven't been
The people aren't their best. They're not the best people.
there. They're rapists and they're drug dealers.
Right.
I've been to Florida a few times. I actually enjoy going to Florida. I like the parks. Um, I've done like the whole family vacation to Florida. I did it with
That stuff is fine.
with my siblings and my parents.
Yeah.
I did a family vacation with me and my ex and all of our kids. Did all that. I did the family thing with me, Peach, and my kids. But I've also done the Florida adult vacation where I hit up the nude beach and went, dancing all night in Miami and all of that kind of stuff.
I'm sure that stuff is pretty great.
Um,
Yeah, that's right. Cockopus.
um,
Bash in your state.
and I mean, I do enjoy the parks. But
Sure.
I have to say that spending a lot of time with my clothing off in Florida was fun.
But do you like the part where you get off the airplane and you're in the airport and there's a gaggle of people wearing DeSantis land T-shirts, right?
Oh my God.
Right, all that kind of shit.
No, I didn't see any of that because that was a long time ago. I haven't gone to
Yeah.
Florida in a while. The last time I was in Florida, was me, Peach, and the kids, and it was we were like on our way home, I think, or we had just gotten home when the Pulse nightclub shooting happened.
Get TJ, come on, say hi. So yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
TJ hates it. But you're still here. I didn't think you were still here. It's a good thing I didn't talk bad about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want. I have a friend other than TJ. That actually moved down there last year. It's she was one of my customers at the deli when I had my deli, and she lived a couple houses away from me. And last year, she sold her house to my sister, and she moved to Florida with her trans son, who is like just graduated high school. But her son used to come into the store all the time, and everybody would be like, when he left, everybody would be like, "Is that a boy or a girl?"
Yeah.
They moved down there, and they're right outside Orlando, and she's
Like
kind of going on and on about how much she loves it, and it's just like, well, you haven't been there that long yet. She's there a year, and she just spent this entire summer up here with me. Every weekend I was going out with her. She was buying me shit, buying me clothing and stuff, and
So what is it like? Because this is a thing. Like my grandparents did it. So I have New Jersey roots, believe it or not, right? And everybody fucking moves to Florida. Like, what is the deal? Like, Florida is basically the shitty people from New Jersey, with the exceptions of time. But like, have you noticed that?
I mean,
it's a weird thing.
There's the lure of the beach and the sun and everything else. I mean, you have New Jersey roots, so then you probably know that New Jersey is very much. I mean, I live a couple of hours from the ocean, but New Jersey, being that it's New Jersey, is a very ocean-oriented state. Like people here love the ocean. It's about 40% of what we talk about is the ocean. The shore, you're going down the shore, you're going to the boardwalk, there's seaside, and
the other 40% is pizza. You guys fucking talk about pizza endlessly.
Yeah, pizza, because we have the best pizza in the world. Anyway, that's why New Jersey rocks. So people are just like, you know what? If I'm going to go anywhere, it's going to be to the beach. And fucking Florida, beach. And then they get down there and then they're miserable and they come back.
Right.
You know, I mean, I've heard people say it rains every fucking day. And I mean, I've been to Florida many times, and for the most part, it rained for about 15 minutes every single day. I get that, and I can get how that can be. After a while, you can be like, "Fuck this," you know. And then if you're like the southern half of the state, there's like not much of a winter or no winter, and people from New Jersey eventually get tired of that shit and they come back. Um, yeah, I've know they all go and then they come back, and that's always been the joke here is that people are going to Florida. You're like, "Yep, you'll be back.
Yeah.
We'll see in a year or two." Um, you know, it is what it is. I like going there on vacation. I do. Last time we were there, like I said, we were there in 2016. I was going to because I was actually chatting at the time with TJ, and I had forgotten all about that. But like, there was a period of time where it's like I was chatting with TJ. It was like, hey, you know, we've known each other on YouTube for a long time, but we were never friends. And then
Right.
for a brief time, we were chatting all the time, and then that stopped. And then it started again when I was started on the goddamn podcast. But back when I went in 2016 to Florida was around that time. And I was going to hit him up and say, we are right here.
Correct.
Right? We're right here.
That is correct.
Can we come see you? But I was like, fuck it. And we didn't do it. So sorry about that, TJ. But, you know, because it's weird. It's weird. Online internet friendships are weird. I've met many people that I'm friends with from the internet, and sometimes it's really cool. I got a feeling with TJ would probably be really cool, but sometimes it's just like you're just standing there going, "Yep, yep."
Yeah, I mean, I met Mike that way for AOD, whatever you refer to him as. We take it pretty cool.
Yeah, and it can be cool. Like I said, I've met a lot. Joe lives in New Jersey, so I've seen him many times. And I haven't met AOD yet. Who else
He's
comes
a
on the?
good dude. He's a really good guy. I went
Um,
to a play with him last weekend, and it was fantastic. It was great.
Mike.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We caught like a show up in Denver by him at this cute little theater thing, and it was it was as good as any live show I've been to, and I've been to a lot of them. Being like from Vegas when I was a teenager, I went to a lot of shows and things like that, and this was fantastic. And it was like $40. It was a steal. It was this little like beatnik looking joint, and they called it Futurina, and it had, I mean, I can't even remember the names of it, but it was just a good time. We had a great time, and we got some food and hung out, and I think it was the third time we hung out. It was pretty cool.
Very cool.
Um, why isn't TJ here? I wanted to like bust his chops about Shanny bullshit.
I actually didn't even think to ask him if he wanted to come on. I automatically assume
Because I do. I want the background because I pop into that stream and I'm like, what in the fuck are they even talking about? I like I need like you know what I mean? Like I'm just so like what is the
so.
like
Okay.
it just
I mean,
seems like a
long story short, Shani and Rev are dumpster fires of people.
like I gathered, but like right? Like I get that. Thank you. But like what is like the draw? Like they're like those people are everywhere, you know?
Shani is like a dumpster grease fire behind a KFC, and Rev is like a used condom stuck to the bottom of your shoe.
Well, sure. Okay. That's shitty.
So I think that sums it up.
Okay. Just fun to watch a train wreck, basically.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but I mean, but here's the thing is in some ways it's not fun at all because I mean, up until recently, there were children involved. And it's just like you're documenting the failure of your life, right? Um, for the world to see while exposing your children to the fact that you're doing it, exposing them to the life that you're forcing them to live in. Um, doing absolutely nothing to make your life better, which would in turn make their lives better. Like doing nothing,
Right.
nothing.
Right.
Um, and I mean, it's a train wreck, and it's sad. And then once the kids were removed, then it became,
So
oh, this it's
that's
not
the
sad
draw, right?
now.
Because
It's
like
funny.
you're so shitty, you deserve it. Like, like I think I know I am. I know you are. Right? We're sensitive to kid shit, so I get it. I totally get it. Like fucking yeah. Okay, I get it.
I've had friends online that like, oh, they have kids and they do all kinds of stuff, and it's just like, wow, that must be nice. Um, yeah, that must be nice. I mean, I've got, you know, I've got 4 kids in total, but 2 of them are grown. My daughter just moved out last month, a month and a
Oh,
half ago. She moved out. And that's actually love her to death. Miss her. Our lives in this house are so much easier now that she's moved out. Um, it's
it's what it is. You love. I
it,
know. I get it.
it is what it is. I mean, well, we had 4
Mhm.
adults in the house, and it was just like, Peach and I were the only ones that did fucking anything. And it's just like, so now we're still, you know what I mean? We're still doing everything, but we're not carrying anybody else either.
Right.
So it's
Right.
gotten easier. Um, but I
Can you
mean,
hear me? By the way, like I don't know if my microphone thing is here or on the computer.
I hear you just fine.
Okay.
So then we had the boys, and the boys are a lot of work because I mean they're special needs, and they're a lot of work. So when it comes to like kid stuff, I'm very very sensitive. So, um,
You're a total saint, by the way. You know that's got to be hard. So
um, I'm not a saint. I'm a parent, and
a
that's
parent, you're a
that's
good parent. You're a good parent. It's
that's the
awesome.
job.
Yeah.
That's the job. It is what it is. You don't get to you. They didn't get to choose it, so you don't get to choose it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Uh, you know,
Yeah. I totally get it. Yeah.
sometimes it's rough. TJ, if you're still there, do you want to come on? Do you want to get on camera? Do you want to be for the first time on my show? Or did
I
you
think
leave?
that would be great.
He might have left and I'm just talking to the wind. I do that a lot. But yeah,
So World War III, is that going to be a
I
thing,
don't know.
or
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not
I
sure how I feel about it.
don't think so.
I
You're
don't
not
think
sure?
so either.
World War III. Not sure how I feel about it. I
Right.
could take it or leave it.
I take it or leave it. I mean, I just want the nuke to be like really close, you know? Just like,
To you?
yeah, like if I'm gonna get hit, I want it to be like on my
Yeah.
head, you know?
Well, I mean, I for a long time I like
I
labored
mean,
under the idea that that perhaps surviving wouldn't be bad. Um, but I mean, over time you realize that would actually be awful.
yeah,
Um, you
yeah, it would
the
be bad.
Yeah, it would be best just to fucking die. Um, you know, you want the bomb close enough where you'd melt.
I mean, I don't think we're actually at risk of anything, even if shit
I don't
does
think
hit
I
the
don't think
fan.
anything's gonna happen.
I
I
don't think
think
anything's gonna
if
happen either.
there's anything nuclear, I think it'll be tactical nukes used in the field in Ukraine by Russia, and the rest of the world will respond immediately with conventional warfare and overrun the entire country. That's what I
Right,
think would happen.
right.
Um, if Putin is stooped enough to use a tactical nuke. Um,
I think he might be, but I don't. But I just, I'm kind of in the camp that's like there are an assuredly a number of steps in that process, and those steps are filled up with people that aren't fucking crazy, you know. And
well, I mean, it's happened before where
yeah,
there was the accidental order to nuke, and the Russian guy who's in charge of the key said, "Yeah, no, I'm not going doing it."
yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like there's no precedent.
Right, right, exactly. And hopefully, he just gets shot, right? Because Um, it kind of needs to happen, in my opinion. So
What kind of needs to happen?
he just needs to get
What?
gone away. Putin needs to be,
Oh, Putin. Putin needs to be gone away. Yes,
yeah,
that needs to happen.
yeah.
That needs. Yes, I agree with that. I thought you were talking about nuclear annihilation needs to happen.
No, no, I do
I'm
not
like
mean
I know
that.
you're tired.
I am tired,
I know
but
you're tired,
not
but
that tired. Not
no,
that tired.
I'm not. You know what I mean? It's just yeah,
Oh, you want to see what I got? Hold on.
yeah. God, you're so excited.
This kind of cheese dick thing to get um, excited about, but I haven't dressed up for Halloween and I can't even remember. And look, I got things because as
Very cool.
I'm gonna go as what's his name, Louis from Interview with a Vampire, because I think I
Yeah,
could pull that off.
yeah,
Something like that.
yeah.
It's gonna be
Louis
like,
Dulac. I've been watching the new series.
oh, I haven't. I was referring to the movie. I haven't seen the new series, but
Oh,
uh,
it's new. It's new. I love
is
it.
it good?
I like it. I like it better than the movie.
See, the movie I thought was like hot. Like I just,
All right. All
you
right.
know,
I'm not a fan of I mean I don't like dislike them either. I'm just not like a fan of Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise.
wow. Okay.
So it's just like, you know, Brad Pitt's okay, you know. Tom Cruise, whatever, he's Tom Cruise, you know. He's another Jersey guy and looks like and acts it and sounds like it. So yeah, whatever. Because he's from Wayne, New Jersey. I don't know if you know that. Um,
I mean,
but
I know I'm not into his religion, but I mean,
yeah, and
I
there's
can't
that.
deny the fact that he's pretty, and I can't deny the fact that he's a really good actor.
Yeah, well, you know, he's Tom Cruise and he's crazy, so it's like whatever.
Right.
And like Brad Pitt, yeah, he's good looking, but whatever. I'm not like terribly overly impressed with either one of them, so I was like, eh. Um, but the guy that plays Lestat on the new
Mhm.
series, he's fantastic,
Oh yeah.
fantastic. Yeah,
Where is it? Where are you watching it at? Is it on Netflix?
AMC Plus.
Uh, I don't know that I have that. I don't think I have that, which is saying something bad because
Well, I think we
I'm
got it.
admitting that I have way too many of those fucking things.
We got it for free or at a discount for doing something. I don't know. It's one
Yeah,
of those deals, you know.
right. I am
Uh,
super bad about like I like need to review my shit because I'll just like peruse you know, my bank thing and I'm like, oh fuck, I paid for Hulu again and I don't ever use that shit. You know, I have so many of those fucking things that get
yeah.
you. It's so easy to like get. I'm paying way more than I ever paid for cable.
Free for 6 months through Verizon. Yeah, the interview with the vampire airs on regular AMC also. So there you go.
Oh yeah, like okay, I have Verizon, so I guess I can get it. Cool.
It's yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I don't really go in for a lot of the vampire stuff. Peach loves that stuff.
It's
Everything from
hot.
the old.
I don't know what it is. It's sexy. I don't know why.
You think so? I don't
I
know.
do.
All the old like Universal vampire stuff, Nosferatu and all that stuff, all the way up like to the newest stuff. Every Halloween, every October, she goes into like a viewing cycle where she watches all of the monster movies, all the horror movies, all that stuff. She
Yeah.
watches um
Cool.
Once Bitten, all that stuff. She watches all of it. I have no interest. I just never did get into it. I like well, this interview with the vampire I like. And I like Lost Boys. I
I do
guess
like Lost Boys.
a
Yep.
thing. I guess I don't know. Maybe it's what it is. But I mean, I like Lost Boys, and yeah,
I tell you what, I really up until this last season, like some of the best I've watched horror wise I thought Stranger Things was excellent until this last one. I fell off of it. Like
I
it grabbed me, man. It was like
yeah.
nostalgia, like crazy.
Oh
I
my god.
just
The first season, I got that with the first season because it was just like even like the film quality,
it
very
was so
80s.
good. It was like, oh my god, I feel like I'm like a kid. Like
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
how it was when I was growing up. It was so
So
good.
I watched the first two seasons. I was like hooked. Season three lost me,
Is
and it
that the
was
last one, or is that
no,
is,
no. The
no?
last
So
season
four.
four or five.
Yeah, I
So
couldn't do it. I just I don't know. It wasn't as good. I'm not sure
yeah,
why.
yeah. I like I said, I got lost somewhere in season three. It didn't help though that we were in Washington State at the time visiting Peach's extended family, and there was a lot of stuff going on, so I couldn't like sit and watch. And I tried
Hmm.
the on again, off again with it, just kind of made it hard to get into, and then I just fell away. So I don't know if it's really so much that the show, lost me, or if I lost it.
Right. It didn't keep you. It didn't keep you grabbed and you just sort of. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
That's like most things with me that I try to watch these days. Just
The first season, though, exactly what you said. It just kind of grabbed me because it was just like, oh my god,
like that. Just
I have
took.
no idea what's going on, but I lived this.
Hmm.
It was just like, wow. Um, yeah, it was pretty wild. It was one of the best throwback to the '80s that I've ever seen. It was on the money, and like
I mean, it was the best. Yeah.
people who weren't alive at the time who were too young to remember had a hard time understanding why I was so excited about it. They're
Oh, I
just
get
like,
it.
"Well, you don't
I
know."
totally get it.
It's like you have no. This is
This was
that's
life.
what it's
This
like.
was like my life, right? Yeah.
They're like, okay.
Yeah.
No, you don't
Michael Jackson, Thriller. I mean, all of that. Oh yeah. So
Yeah,
good.
it was neat stuff.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Peach
Doesn't work.
or Octopus could come say hi. Or where's Joe? I haven't gotten to talk to Joe in a long time. Where's
I
that guy?
sent him
The
the
thing.
link to come in, and he sent me a message and said that he just woke up. That was at 9:40, and I said it's all good. Um,
Whenever.
so yeah, 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 it's all good. Whatever. I'm not gonna twist anybody's arm. Um, if you don't love me, you don't love me. It is what it is.
So I'll tell you this. If anybody's interested, my life in like 8 months, I don't know, maybe longer, maybe less, uh, is like,
I,
yeah,
I don't know what you mean.
completely different. You
Since
would be,
from 8 months ago.
oh yeah,
Yeah, I have no concept of what that's like.
oh yeah, a lot's changed. Yeah, it's quite different. I've let go of probably all but maybe 10, 20% of people, and I
Yeah,
found some great new people. Um,
that's good.
yeah, it's
It's good.
really
I didn't
good.
have that experience when I because like I did this, I did all of it wrong.
I
I did
really did it right.
all of it wrong. Like I came out um 21 years ago
Mm,
as gay
right,
because it was easier because I could define that. You know
right.
what I mean? Um and
There's more words for it.
um right, and it's easier for people to understand that.
Right.
Um I at the time I didn't understand trans. Um I just knew that where I was wrong.
Mm,
And I met a guy and I totally fell in love with him. And just the fact that he existed completely dominated my entire world. Um, so my marriage ended and I lost all my friends. I lost all, everything.
right,
Uh, family members, friends, the works, um, bunch of shit just vanished off the map for me. And at that point in time, all I had was my kids and him. and that was it.
Right.
And for a long time that was good enough. So his friends became my friends, which you do eventually find out that they're his friends. They're never your friends.
Right.
That's you're just there. You're window dressing, whatever. So since I've been with Peach, which is 12 years now, um,
Congrats, by the way.
um, I've made new friends. A lot of them through the computer online. I've caught up with friends that I had in school and that kind of a thing. So like I have this whole support network and this friend network that I've never ever had in my life before. Um, and I think that was one of the reasons why coming out and transitioning was something that
Felt
was
enabled, maybe.
right. Yeah. Enabled, empowered. It felt like something that was more real that could really happen now as opposed to the past. And I mean, I lost no friends. I I didn't really lose any friends. Um,
But you didn't have them.
well, I mean, the ones that I've made over the last 12 years and stuff.
Oh, the last 12 years.
So there was one guy that I was friends with when I was kids that we became friends with again over the last few years, who now um, repeatedly tells me that he is interested in me sexually. And it's just
Mm.
friends. Number one, I am in a committed relationship. And we have, our, you know, the rules of our relationship, and everybody has them, how things work. So whatever. But I mean, I'm in a committed relationship. So yeah, no, we're
That's
friends.
kind of an interesting thing, right? Like I'm kind of to play devil's advocate because I'm kind of going through this weird phase where I'm like, hey, going through this weird phase. Like I was actually talking to Mike about this not that long ago. Like where because I'm such a basket case, like this is such a stressful experience. Like I'm oversharing more than I should be when I'm not, I probably shouldn't be. I'm probably not sharing enough,
Yeah.
you know. So the thing is, like, if you're kind of going into a lifestyle where sex could be more casual, right? How do you just kind of put that out there, like, hey, you know, we could fuck if you want, right? Like, how?
If you're like talking to
So, like,
somebody face to face while you're
yeah,
talking, you just kind of turn around a little bit and bend over.
right. So like, but like this is the first time I'm kind of entering into these sort of possibilities, and I haven't done it a lot, but I don't really know how to navigate it all that well. So I'm wondering, was it kind of like that, or was it something like, no, I want to get fucking married, and what was it
Well,
like?
you talking about with my friend? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
well, what happened was, he was one of the first people that I came out. One of the first that I came out.
Oh, Raven. Sorry, can I pause you just for a second? Congratulations on your new place, Mike.
Well, thank
Yes,
you.
congrats.
I
I
just
paid.
conquered the dryer vent. This
The
is the
dryer.
second video related thing that I'm doing. The first one was fuck that dryer vent hose. I went and got better hardware and I fucking fixed it.
Congrats. You're a handyman.
Yeah, it's like the setup to an awesome porn. Now, what were we talking about here? How do you get people to recognize that
I'm not sure I want to keep talking about
it's on the table?
Vegas basically said, "How do you get people to fuck you?"
it. No, that's not what I.
Yeah. And so what was weird was Raven's like, well, this was like the first person that I came out to, so like there was like a little bit of a weird bond there, right?
Right.
Yeah,
So like this person.
Vegas was talking to me,
I was not. I wasn't.
like I was one of the first,
Oh. Okay.
right?
So
So then we're on this awkward trajectory already. I love it.
already, yeah. So okay, here's what happened. So this kid was actually, somebody I knew from when I was like 13, 14 years old, and they're a couple years younger. It was kind of like, family, friends, and friends through friends and cousins and all this other stuff. And great guy, you know. But when I between like me and Peach and we had decided that I was actually going to finally go through with this. He's somebody that I told because we spoke, and I kind of wanted to throw it out there to a straight guy, and just kind of get some feedback, and he was just like, hey, anything goes these days, go for it. Your sisters are pretty, so you'll probably be very pretty. Okay, whatever. That's what I expect, that kind of a thing from a straight guy. Whatever. So we would talk every so often, and as transition went along, whatever, our conversations began to change. And he started to say things like, "Oh, you're looking really good, and I can see your face is changing, and wow, your chest is getting big, and blah 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 blah." And again, it was friends, so it was like, whatever, it's okay. Eventually, people on Facebook started sending me a lot of very crude messages, a lot of dick pics, a lot of like invitations for sex and all kinds of stuff, marriage proposals. And I would start posting about it. Look at these guys, and straight guys are crazy, and what the fuck? Guys, you need to chill out, that kind of stuff. And he would send me messages saying, I don't want to be like other men, but, and it's just like, wow, dude, this is now crossing a line from, you know, friends kind of talking and maybe a little light flirting to you're like saying things now that you might regret, you know. And over the course of the past year, a lot of the messages that he has sent me have become graphic. And it's just like, I don't even know what to say anymore because we're friends, that friendship is gone
just
now.
say, hey, look, you're in my friend battery,
And
but like if you're gonna do it once, right, you're gonna get some feedback, and he's gotten that. And so if you gotta tell him twice, you just gotta say,
stay,
yo,
yeah, stay in the friend lane.
right.
And yeah, it's weird. I have the vast majority of the friends that I had right before I came out, I still have. They've been supportive, they've been there, they've been great. A lot of them are women, and a lot of those women are very excited. Um, I have a friend who bought me a lot of clothing, a lot of dresses. She bought me a bunch of dresses. Um, she's like, "Hey, let's go to the consignment shop," and we're looking at stuff. And she's like, "Oh, I like this dress. I really." She puts it up against herself. She's like, "Oh, this would never fit me. Hey, you try it on."
Right.
And at first, I believed that that's what it was. Oh, this won't fit me. Hey, you try it. But that's not what it was. She was there intentionally to buy them for me.
Well,
That's what it ended up being.
I might have figured that out.
I didn't figure it out right away. It was actually by the third one, I was like, wait a second.
I see what you're
There's
doing.
a pattern here. Nothing fits you, but it all fits me. That's,
But that's a
and she's
friend.
like, I'm like, oh, I like this one. She's like, oh, great, give it to me. And she would hold on to it. And yeah, she bought me like 4 or 5 dresses.
Do we have your dimensions somewhere posted, like on your YouTube
Did you
page
just call it
somewhere?
dimensions?
What do you call it? Measurements?
Sizes, measurements? I never
Measure.
heard it called
Yes,
dimensions.
like
I
measurements.
no, no,
No,
no.
because this could be fun.
No.
Mike's got some ideas.
I guess. You want to play dress up? Um, there is one reason why. Like I had at one point, I had a link to my Amazon wish list that I put on everything. Or I would tell people, if you want to buy me a gift, I wear this size. I stopped doing that because my sizes are going to change soon. So on January 4th, my surgery date, by the way, has changed. It was the 11th. Now it's the 4th. So January 4th, I go in for surgery. When that's done, I will be
Is
meeting
it
with the same
top?
surgeon, bottom.
Oh, wow.
I will be meeting with the same surgeon after that surgery to talk about top. So my measurements are going to change.
Yeah. How do you
Yeah,
feel?
we're doing bottom surgery first, um, because it'll be the easiest way to get the insurance to pay for the top.
Oh, I got you.
Because it's considered continuation of care. Yeah.
You really, I mean, well, how do you feel about it? Like, I mean, 'cause I have a
Okay.
lot of mixed feelings about it. If you don't have to, I'm sorry.
No, no, no. I'm fine. I mean, I could talk about that. I'm pretty good. Um,
Okay.
it's like a friend of mine who actually had the surgery. Explained it how she was feeling about it, and I'm like, yes, that's exactly how I feel. She explained it as the devil and the angel.
Right. Right.
Um, and I've given it lots and lots and lots of thought. I talked about it in therapy because you have to do therapy to and that's why I talked it all out. And when I decided to do it, and the therapist is just like, "Yep, signed off on it," So, um, but that didn't really silence the discussion that's going on from shoulder to shoulder, through me.
Right.
Um, they're having their own. I'm just living my life. They're having a talk. Um, and I try not to listen because it scares me. Um, but the way I, the, what I, what, where I've landed with it is, if I don't do it, I will always, always, always regret it. If I do it, maybe I'll regret it, and I won't know for sure unless I do it. It's one of those things where you don't know until you do it. You don't
So
know
that's
positively.
that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing, almost.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I when I first came out, I was like, Peach will, if she's still here, she'll back me up on this because I'm sure she remembers. But I was just like, non-binary. I did the whole non-binary thing,
Right.
um, and I dressed I guess in a cross-dressery way where it was just like I wanted to see how this feels, and I described it as I putting my toes in the water, and I was just like, wow, the water is fine.
Right.
So I jumped in,
That's
you know.
kind of that's kind of like that's kind of what I'm going through. Almost
Yeah.
exactly what I'm going through is
And I found I got a lot of pushback from my family. My mother told me that, she can't support it. She can't get behind it. She can't understand it. She refuses to accept it. She won't call me by my name or by my pronouns. She will not respect it, but she loves me. Um, and have a nice life. That's what she said.
right.
She wants me to have a good life. Um, and despite that, and my brother telling people that he needs to sit down and have a man-to-man talk with me, and that my family is finished with me, is what he's telling people. Despite all of that, and the fact that my sisters don't really talk to me anymore, I don't regret it. I jumped in and the water was fine, and I don't regret it. And I have a feeling surgery will be the same. I
So
am fairly secure in it. I'm
so
nervous.
at
I'm scared, and I do
yeah,
recognize I may regret it. Um, but so far,
everything's been right, right? All
everything.
the indicators are this is the way, and I know exactly what that feels like, even just from where I'm at right now, and I'm just kind of getting started. And I already know, like I already like the pill. It's like almost like this validating ritual, like it's like this weird thing.
Yeah,
Um,
you're taking Man Be Gone, right?
yeah, yeah. And at the risk of outing myself on something else, I want to tell you the story I told Mike that I think you'll think is funny, right? Because my parents and how I am and how we're apart. So my sister's been great, and we kind of had a breakthrough recently. But even when she was kind of like one fit in with it, she like similar, like I love you, but um, I don't really get this, or I think the words behind, like the meaning behind the words were, you're fucking crazy. What are you talking about? but she does love me, and it was kind of nice to even just have that. So she kind of helped me come out to my parents. I FaceTimed her on my phone, and um, I had the plan. I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna come out, right? And here's what I'm gonna come out with. I am gonna tell them I'm trans. Uh, I'm kind of a pothead, and also I'm vaccinated, right? And my sister goes, no, 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 no. Don't tell him the last one. He'll think he fell off the
That's
deep end. I'm like, oh yeah, we wouldn't want her to think that, or we wouldn't want to think that.
was she serious or was she joking?
She was fucking serious.
So did you talk to your parents yet?
I did. I didn't even tell them. I respected her wishes. I was like, fine. Um, but even still, she called me and she's like, so Dad and I were talking on the phone because like my parents and I aren't really talking right now. It's just too hard. But dad talked to me and he's like, I bet you he got that vaccine and that's what fucking did it. I shit you not. I got trans by the vaccine.
Oh no! I am so
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrible, but it's funny too. I'm so sorry. Wow.
I know. Hey guys, I need to go pick up my daughter from a boyfriend. So I will be back if you're still on,
All right.
if that's okay. So
Yeah.
that's gonna be about 45 minutes or so.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
See you in a bit. My mom blames everything that happens in my life on my ex-boyfriend.
On your ex-boyfriend?
Yeah. Your
What?
video is frozen.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Should be
Hey.
back. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, on my ex-boyfriend. She blames everything on Ozzy. Um she's like all this stuff that's going anything that happens in my life, she's like, that's because you were with that man. Okay. Whatever. You were with him and now you think you're a woman. Okay, Ma. Okay. All right. Whatever. Whatever. Whatever gets you through the day.
It's a lot of people don't understand that, you know, people aren't that big of an influence on you. It's like listening to yourself that makes the decision.
Yeah. So you saw the hat. Did you see?
It's spooky.
I made this. I did this.
You did that?
I did this. Mm-hmm. So there's like aspects of I've always been like creative. I took in high school when I was in high school, I loaded up on art classes. I took drawing and painting 1, drawing and painting 2, drawing from the left side of the brain, mechanical drawing, drafting, 3D design, commercial art, horticulture. But that was high school for me. I bunched up as many art related electives as they would allow, and then I did nothing with it. There's a certain amount of when you live in like redneck country, there's a certain amount of machismo you have to like, maintain to not get beat up all the time. And I was always just below that threshold. So I didn't want to do things that would make it even worse.
Yeah.
So a lot of my interests that I pursued as academic, I outside of school I didn't pursue. Um, you know, to my detriment, I believe. And now I feel as though I can be creative or I can do things that are more on the artsy side. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just using it as an excuse. I don't know. So,
Well, I'm feeling rather creative these days as well. In the first load of things that I was taking to my new place, uh, after the song that was already loaded on Pandora finished, because it was already like halfway in the middle, and it'll pause it for me and play it the next day, right where I left off. The very next song, during the very first load of my stuff into my new place, you know what it was? I've Got to Break Free by Queen.
Nice.
And I was like, this is the station that they usually play songs by like Muse and more contemporary artists, you know, Cage the Elephant and whatnot. And why are they going all the way back to that era for that song? Just for, is the algorithm stalking me? I don't know. But
Thank you, Mean Street.
I can't see the chat right now, the way that I'm connected.
There you go.
I'm actually in a dead zone for everything.
Oh no, is this going to be your new reality?
No. So I picked up a box, right? And this box is supposed to be my gigabit internet, like, 1,000 meg down, 1,000 meg up.
Okay.
And then I plug it into the wall that should have already, previous the arrangements would have been that they were connected to gigabit internet. Plug it into the wall, and it doesn't work because in between people who live in certain homes, they just cut the fucking connection at some box somewhere, and you actually have to have some motherfucker come out and give you the thumbs up. You can't just go to the store and get the box. And I was like, wow. Now I have to arrange that around my schedule, which won't be until next Saturday.
What box? I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a modem,
Oh, okay.
but it's like an everything modem. Like it does a lot more.
Well, we have one. It's a smart modem,
Yeah.
and it's the router and the modem in one.
The kids at home probably would recognize it when I say the X-Fi modem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just does everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I wanted it to
I don't
work.
know what you mean by everything.
Right out of the box.
I don't know what you mean by everything. What else is there?
It controls your Internet of Things items, your doorbell, your like everything connects to it. Your Alexa, you have everything connected to it, and it's got enough bandwidth to just run everything, your TV, your internet, just everything off this one box. And so
I guess we don't have everything on it though. We just do the just the internet for all the computers and TVs in the house. But that's all. That's all we use it for.
So on top of that, I'm in a cell phone dead zone of all things. So when I got into my new place, even though from like the interstate I can get pretty good signal, because of the architecture here, I'm in a cell phone dead zone basically. And so it was hard for me to even try to set up that box because what they want you to do is download an app and then work with the app. Well, the app was all clunky because of bad signal. And then I decided to connect to some hotspots, and everything has been fine. And that's saving me for this whole week is hotspots. But as soon as I get my visit from the guy who gives me the thumbs up next Saturday, then I will be okay because your cell phone will work across your modem.
Yeah.
To fix all that dead zone,
Okay.
But right now, I'm on my cell phone and over a hotspot, and I'm doing pretty good on this stream. So That's awesome, but that's about all I can do. Kind of. I had my weekend to get a start on this move, and then now I got to go back to work through the week. So I'm not going to get anything else until next weekend. Kind of stuck with the entertainment that I have. How
Oh,
did you get the web look on your hat?
it's that stretchy cobweb stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw a really cool tutorial on how they make webs for some shows, and it's a hot glue gun with just some pressurized air. They just spray the hot glue, and it comes out like webs.
Wow,
But your hat looks about as good as what they do with the hot glue.
Mhm.
So, bravo.
Thank you. It took me a few minutes. Yeah.
Does this count as your Halloween stream? There's a
No,
whole week until Halloween.
I don't know if I'm gonna do a Halloween stream. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna come on tonight, but I just made the hat this afternoon, so I'm wearing it because it's like, oh, look what I made. So,
What do you have against Halloween?
oh, I love Halloween. I
Oh,
don't know.
that's why you won't be with us online. You'll be enjoying Halloween. Okay.
I have no idea what I'll be doing for Halloween. I don't know. I know. I believe on the day, we'll be trick or treating. Um, so we got the kids' costumes today. Damon's going to be Beetlejuice. And Kai will be a vampire, so that'll be cool.
I don't know if I'm going to get many trick or treaters.
Probably not. I don't know.
Well, what I do know is trick or treaters in my city seem to, once they hit a certain age, they like to go to the good neighborhoods for the treats. So, like the rich neighborhoods, they're all get hit, right? So, the ones that I will see will be, uh, just from my neighborhood, every kid that's like 5 and under,
Mhm.
I'm gonna see a lot of Spider Man.
Oh, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Um, when I was a kid, you saw the movie E.T., right?
Yeah,
Okay. Remember the Halloween scene where all the kids are trick or treating, and there was like a million kids.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like that where I live when I was a kid. It's not like that anymore. Um, it's there'll be a group of people here, a group of people there. But like the chaos with all the kids and that whole thing that's gone. That's been gone for a long time now. So we don't normally get a whole bunch of kids. So it'll be cool to be out with ours rather than waiting for trick or treaters that never show up.
Yeah. Are you going to carve a pumpkin?
Maybe I picked two of them up, decent size too. Today I may end up doing. I may do that tomorrow afternoon with the kids. I'll have to go and pick up a couple of tea light candles and the little holders. And that would be good. That'll be cool. That's the plan. We'll see.
Do you think you can get Damon to pull the guts out of the pumpkin?
No.
It'd be a weird feeling.
Yeah, I don't think you would like that at all.
That sensation is like, you
Yeah,
know, very unique. But
yeah,
maybe if he watched the pumpkin seeds get baked in the oven and saw exactly where they came from, he might try a pumpkin seed
yeah. I doubt it.
and like it.
Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt it. Um, they're working on food sensitivity stuff with him at school. Um, not a whole lot of success there yet, but they're working on it. So we're kind of jazzed about that. Hopefully, we'll see some breakthroughs. They're getting him. We sent him to school with Lunchables, And what they do is they're having him touch the meat and the cheese and the crackers and stuff, and put it on his face, and
Wait, they put the
they
stuff on his face.
put, yeah, like the little round little discs of turkey or pepperoni or ham or whatever it is. They're having him put it on his face, just so he gets used to. It's closer to his mouth, and he's getting used to touching it, and so
Okay,
it's all baby steps. All baby steps.
hear me out. Next baby step. This would work for me. You take the little meat circle, and you, Raven, you bite your little meat circle into the Batman symbol,
He
right?
don't.
And then say, "I'm Batman." You know.
It's funny. I was watching Batman with him yesterday. We were watching the Michael Keaton Batman, and he sat next.
That's good because that's the good Batman symbol for biting a Batman symbol into little pieces of meat,
Right?
right?
Yeah, it was good because we were sitting there, and I kept saying to him, "I'm Batman. I'm Batman." Um, he doesn't watch movies, so the fact that he sat with me as long as he did for it, 15 minutes of the movie or so, was kind of a big deal. So maybe he'll be a Batman fan.
What is he going to be for Halloween?
Beetlejuice. He has no idea what that is.
But you're going to put it on him.
Yeah. He won't
Okay.
choose. He won't choose anything. He has no idea. He has no concept.
Okay.
Last year, he had a fireman's hat that he got from the teacher that was coming to the house to work with him. So we put that on him, a red sweatshirt, and we painted his face white and black, and he was a zombie fireman. And he
Okay.
had no idea what it was. All he knew was that he was supposed to keep the hat on, and people gave him candy that he didn't eat. That's all he knew. So
Wait, he went trick or treating and he didn't eat any of the candy?
he doesn't eat candy. I wish. I would be so happy if I can get this kid to bite into a Kit Kat. I'm one happy woman. I that would make my year. That would be the best thing to happen.
Wow.
Like a lot of parents are like, "Hey, don't eat all the candy." And I'm like, "Just eat something, just something. Eat an M&M for fuck's sake." Yeah, I'm just anything to make me happy. So
Wow.
yeah, he is adverse to food, all food. So it's hard. But yeah, like I said, they're working on it. They're working on it. And the fact that because he normally won't touch food, like he won't touch it. Like if I'm eating a sandwich and I go like this, he flips out, flails, runs. No, 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 no. Um, so the fact that they can put lunch meat on his face, that's progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah. So how about Kai? Kai likes candy?
Kaya eats everything.
Well, that's
He's
good.
two.
Because,
He's two when he's 45 pounds. What do you think?
I'm not up to date with my whole like
So
American development of kids sizes.
Damon is 5. He's 5 years old, and he's actually at a on as far as like the percentile scale for weight. He's 43 pounds, 43 pounds, and he's at like, I think for weight, he's at the 65th percentile. So his weight is average. For a 5-year-old. Okay. 43 pounds at 5 years old. Kai is 2 and he's 45 pounds. So he's not even on the chart anymore. He's off, he's above the 100th percentile on weight by a lot. He's, because he eats a lot. He likes eating. He enjoys eating.
In your town, your New Jersey town, what football team do people usually root for?
I don't know. It's a mix. Jets, Giants, Cowboys,
Okay,
Steelers.
all right. So, what you're aiming for here is don't raise a kid that ends up playing for the Cowboys.
Okay, so here's the thing. Kai is it's funny that you bring up football. I had no idea where you were going. Kai is built like a football player.
Yeah.
Not just. I mean, his height and weight and everything. He's very proportional, right? He's not like a big fat round kid. He's tall. He's over 3 foot tall, which again, he's way above the 100th percentile. He's very, very tall for his age. He's very tall. He's a very large kid. He walks like a football player. And when he grabs, like, he has a sippy cup that he uses, and he'll pick it up and he'll run with it. And he runs with it, holding it like this. And he runs. And the kid was born to play football. He carries like he's carrying a football. Absolute natural. He's a born football player. We don't want him playing football.
Oh.
So we've already determined, holy shit, he's a football player. And we have decided we are going to steer him away from football to maybe wrestling. Wrestling would be good. I don't know what other sport a large person would like. I don't know. But we're going to try and steer him away from football.
Because
Brain
CT
injury.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
We gotta, protect that brain, it is what it is. I am not
Basketball's less of a contact sport. You think he might make that?
He's probably gonna top out at about 6'4", 6'5".
Okay.
My father was 6'2". Peach's father is 6'6". So Kai is going to be in that neighborhood most likely. He's a large, large person. I couldn't imagine all of a sudden, he stops growing until he's finished. So he's probably going to be tall. He's probably going to be a large person, but he's also big. You know what I mean? And I don't know how well that works for basketball. So
there are certain players who have been big in basketball. Your Shaquille O'Neals, your Charles Barkleys.
So I don't know. That may be something. When he's older, we'll see. I guess we're going to see what he gravitates to. But right now, he moves like a football player. He carries things like it's a football. It just is a very natural fit for him. And I'm not a fan of the sport, never was. But at the same time, it's like I'm looking at the kid and I'm going, he's a football player. Part of me is just like, if that's what he naturally gravitates to, I should just let him. But at the same time, as a parent, I've seen those people on TV. They take too many knocks to the head. Nah, no, 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 not my kid. No, not if I can help it. You know what I
You know,
mean?
there are parents who make very wise decisions for their kids that other parents, as a whole, seem to not be making it, and that's fine for you to be a better parent.
I don't know if it makes me a better parent or not. All I know is that I have seen a lot of football players that, um, you know, decide one day that they're going to run for political office, and they've obviously been got hit in the head a lot. Um, and I don't want that for my kid. Um,
Yes, I football players with fake police.
some
That,
I assume, and I assume they're a good person. But you know, um, can't remember that he wrote a check for an abortion. Maybe, perhaps, I don't know. I just, yeah, no.
you know, I have a similar story to that. This is a story of lost fatherhood, right? But early in my life, but I was 22, I think, and somebody who I was dating decided to induce a miscarriage through some very brutal means,
Oh,
right?
okay.
And these means included a lot of alcohol, some witch's brew carrot juice concoction, and repeatedly having her girlfriend kick her in the stomach, like on purpose, like
Right,
allowing it to happen. And
right.
so, uh, and then told me about it later and said the reason why she made that decision was because I was not acting like I would be a good parent. Like it was too early in our relationship for that to happen. So I was very stunned by all of that, right? But fast forward 20 years, I see the same person on Facebook spouting anti-abortion views, and
Yeah.
onto her new life of conservative purity, and I see that shit, and I'm just, oh, uh,
Yep.
you know, I know the truth, and that she wasn't always somebody who felt that way, and in fact, if she thought that she had easy access to doing it the right way, she probably would have done that rather than the horrible things she put herself through.
Right. And being
But
anti-abortion, you're basically also saying that you advocate other girls to do what you've done.
and
You
I
drink Coca-Cola and Ajax and jump up and down 50 times to try to kill your baby. That's better than going to a doctor.
yeah.
Anyway,
Well, apparently there does exist this. It's called midwife's brew, and it basically will induce labor at any stage of a pregnancy, and it exists, and people can look it up. Hopefully this stream doesn't get banned because of that little bit of information. But it's not something that you should do without a doctor's care, without an actual midwife's care. But people share these recipes around just in case someone needs to do that. You know,
mm-hmm. Yeah, they're out there.
yeah,
Sucks. That's wild. That's fucked
yeah.
up.
There's a lot of people who have these things in their closet that they will rail against, and then you find out that
Yeah,
they're one of the most egregious offenders.
right. It's different when it's them.
how many of the Republican Party are we going to find out had gay prostitutes and parties with meth, you know, and then they're anti
Mm-hmm.
LGBT.
Yeah. They spent the 4th of July in Moscow. They paid for abortions. Um, they belong to a satanic cult. Whatever. I mean, all that stuff. It's different when it's you because you are the hero in your own story. Everybody else is the bad guy. Everybody else's intent is bad and wrong. Your own intent is always above reproach. So that's what it is. And it's a child's view of the world.
How long does it take to go pick somebody up?
It depends on where they are. I'm
No,
sorry. Am I boring to talk to?
no, I'm just not holding up my end here because I basically have been living in an internet dead zone,
Yeah, I know. I know. That's wild.
and I had other things to do. The spiciest thing that happened to me is one of my boxes had actual Cajun spice dump in it, like at least 3 or 4 spoonfuls.
Right. So it was actually spicy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so me getting the dryer vent fixed was important because I want to wash the red pepper flavor out of these sheets before I put them on my bed
Right.
so I
Right.
can go to sleep tonight.
Right. So you're not getting Cajun spice in all the cracks and crevices. Right. I understand.
Yeah, that shit can burn.
Yeah. It's Cajun. Yeah. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
But it was actually spicy though. So yeah, I don't do a whole lot of spices, so I don't know.
I found a place, it's a chain, and it's called Blazing Bird. There's at least 4 of them around Denver, right? It might be in your neck of the woods too.
Okay.
They have a fried jalapeno that is, I will declare right now, safe for white people consumption.
Oh wow. Is it really a jalapeno then?
It is. It's shaped like a jalapeno. It came from a jalapeno, but something about the way they fry it takes all the heat out of it. You know?
In decapsication?
Yeah. I would say that a peppermint Tic Tac is spicier than their jalapenos. They're
Hey,
good.
you ever take a handful of those peppermint Tic Tacs and whew,
Yeah.
yeah.
So um, if you see Blazing Bird and it says Nashville hot, it's okay. They have the scale of like spiciness and original. If you say the word original, that actually means no spice whatsoever, not even mild.
Oh wow. Okay.
Right? And to me, when I saw that on the menu, I likened it to how they switched the paper food stamps to the EBT card that looks like a credit card, so that you look like you're, you know, making a purchase the same way. To me, it was like, so you can say original, and nobody around you is going to think, "Oh, look, he's a wuss," you know, because you're using the word original.
I got it.
You know, it's like we're
So,
hiding in plain sight.
using like a word like original or like okay, so totally different kind of a thing, but there's a farmer's market around the corner from my house, and they sell like live plants and homemade pickles and all kinds of weird shit like that. They also sell key lime pie. And as you know, there's a lot of places that'll sell a key lime pie, and you know it's key lime pie because it's green. But key lime pie is not supposed to be green, right? They do that. People will do that. They color it green. For whatever reason, they say, "Oh, look, it's lime. It's key lime pie." Anyway, so they have real key lime pie, and they have a sign that says "real key lime pie," and it's like $24. And I ain't paying $24 for a fucking pie. I don't care what it is.
Okay.
Not even a pizza. I'm not paying $24 for a fucking pie. So my
Okay.
friend from Florida, who was up for the summer, we were at this farmer's market, and buying pickles. For those of you watching who don't know, um, pickles are a very common snack food for trans women.
I have heard.
We love pickles. We crave pickles. Oh my god. Especially in the summer. For whatever reason, I guess sweating or whatever, you crave pickles. Anyway, it's because of the hormones. So the
None of
testosterone.
those clothes right there belong to anyone else but me. I'm not sharing a closet.
There you go. That's always nice.
Yes.
And look at that. Live on the air. You came out of the closet. So anyway, so we were at the farmer's market and she said, $24 for key lime pie. She goes, fuck that. I'll send you a key lime pie from Florida.
What?
I'm still waiting. She's like, I'll send you. And I'm like, they charge $24 because they have the word real, in the advertisement for it. Right? They're advertising as real in capital letters, real key lime pie. And yeah, because it has like the original, well, it has real, so that way they can justify charging so much.
I wouldn't say they're justifying it well.
Oh, I would agree.
Vegas, you missed it.
I missed what?
I don't no idea. Oh,
Yeah.
Michael came out of the closet.
Oh, wow. That's a big step.
No, it was actually just one small step
Through the door.
As soon as I broke the threshold, it was called.
Well, congratulations, Mike,
for finding your way.
for finding your way out of the closet. I knew that was a difficult step to take.
So, Raven, what color would you say a real key lime pie is? Because for me, it's this like they're delicious, but it's this like baby diaper yellow.
Yeah, kind of.
It's somewhat like a mushed banana.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like when you asked color, I'm thinking I don't know, beige. It's like a cream color. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thing, and it's
I've had good and bad real color.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not a real key lime pie if it's green. So, but I have seen key lime pies that are green, and it's just like, why is it green? Because it's lime. It's like, okay, whatever. Okay.
It's food coloring, whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm about to pick up some pies actually for a Halloween party, and I was supposed to sign up for this potluck and actually bring something spooky. And because I'm in the middle of moving into a new place, I can't cook shit. Like I have recipes, I don't have time to cook shit.
I'm like really good at buying things from the store.
You run to the store and you buy a plastic skeleton, right? And you remove the legs, right? Get rid of the legs, the pelvis too. So get rid of it, right? So you have the rib cage and the arms and the head, right? And then you go and you get the sliced like pepperoni and salami and some crackers, and you put that inside the ribs and cheese. You put all that inside the ribs, and that's it.
Okay.
Bring that.
So, decorated meat tray. I like it.
I can't tell you why I have these at work, but I actually have a lot of fake rubberized insects at work.
Okay.
Just a repository of them. So I was just gonna get some pies and like put some fake cockroaches around them and call it spooky and call it a day.
Yeah,
But
they probably
but
just sell it like
good
that.
tasting ones.
They sell it like that, except when you buy it that way, they're real.
Right. I'm kind of I'm curious about the whole I can't tell you why I have bugs thing.
Yeah. Yeah, what's
There's
up
no
with that? I
good
used to have
explanation other than I am a troll, sometimes
Oh.
even in real life, and I like to put bugs in places where my coworkers will find them for shock value. And when I hear about what happened, it brings me joy.
I
I could say aversion therapy and that some of my clients are afraid of spiders, but that would be a lie. I don't use them for therapy. I use them for the forces of evil.
I can get behind this. I support this effort as a troll. Yeah.
Okay.
What I do have for aversion therapy in my office right now is a jar of pickled beets because there are some people who cannot eat pickled beets.
I can't eat any beets. I think they're nasty.
I don't know about can and can't. I know I won't.
Okay.
You know
Well,
what borscht is?
I'm sorry.
Borscht. Have you heard of
Yeah.
borscht?
I've heard of it. Never had it.
So it's a liquefied beet soup thing that they eat usually cold.
Mhm.
And I had a while back, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, I had some expats from Russia living with me, and they came over for some event, and they dropped this shit off, and it was like, um, it did not get tasted very much. It was not that great. Yeah, it's beets.
We have a restaurant in Denver called Cracovia. It's Polish, and they have it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, you like that?
So I'm so sorry.
I have a very worldly palate.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't. I mean, I thought I did, but I don't for that.
You and I are going to Cracovia
We are not going to Cracovia unless there's
after
some other
Elways
food.
and probably after some Korean food. It's low down on the priorities list, but we'll go.
Okay. Did you like that? Oh, we don't need to talk about that. We went to a Thai restaurant.
Yeah.
It was pretty good in Denver. I don't remember the name of it.
Food was hot. Food was spicy.
Mine was. Mike is kind of a bitch, so he ate his.
Well, I mean, I know
I
that about.
ordered mild. I like spicy food. I like the experience, but not right before I'm going to a play that could last 2 hours when your guts can start turning, and then you want to watch something live, but you don't want to miss anything.
Right.
So
I
yeah,
don't do spicy.
Oh,
Yet.
what was the name of that show that we went to? Futurina?
Futurity.
Futurity. Right.
Futurity?
It was really good.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
If I could have known beforehand, it would have been like a really good pick, especially for somebody who's a veteran. And so I would recommend Raven go to it as well when it comes to Raven's Town.
Oh, is it? Is it?
It's one of those things where the script is there.
Mm.
Any troop could pick it up. My personal favorite of all the little plays that can be put on, it's called Danny and the Deep Blue Sea. And there's it's mostly just two actors on stage, male and female. And there are some like wild sex scenes that they have to pull off.
That's not a play.
So it is. It is a play. But like when they're like trying to dramatize the sex scene, and there's like a sheet over them, you can't see what's going on, but then you see like arms flailing out of the sheet,
Right.
to the music and stuff. It's really great.
All right. I'll check it out.
It's not actual sex. It's a dance that dramatizes the whole act
I
of
got you.
sex.
The way you said it did not make it
Yeah,
sound like a
it doesn't do it justice. But yeah, I like every modernization I've ever seen of a Shakespeare play. Even the one with Leonardo DiCaprio, where they put out that movie and like
Romeo Juliet.
the dagger was the brand of the pistol,
Right.
dagger brand pistols.
Dagger brand pistols.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious to me.
I didn't care for it. I don't know why.
It's all right.
Yeah. When did that come out? It was in the 90s.
Yeah.
What else?
I don't know.
So
Did we talk about everything in the world yet? I think we have. I know Peach and I have reached the end of the internet.
Did you? You
Yeah.
downloaded the whole thing?
Yeah, yeah. When you get to the end, there's a sign that says you've reached the end.
You reached the end. Let's see.
Let's go back. And I'm like, again?
I kind of am jealous of TJ's podcast thing that he does where he gets to like watch all these weird videos where I don't know where he gets them.
Yeah, and you know what? And every time I'm on, every week, he says, like, "Hey Raven, feel free if you see, clip or whatever, and, send it, and we'll watch it." And I don't watch YouTube anymore. I don't watch videos. That part of my life just seems so far away.
Yeah, me too. Outside of these streams and stuff, which I don't go to that much anymore, I used to be like a YouTube addict, and I don't know. I don't know if it's just the atheism thing stopped or I don't know what it is, but
It was for me. It was a combination of things. It was basically the dying of the atheist community,
right.
And it was the fact that when Peach and I became a couple, the atheist community treated us so badly, and then there was we built a life together, and it's just like,
Right, life.
I'm trying to do more, but I found myself. What I started the show talking about. I found myself in this trap where I don't want to be that trans woman that talks about trans stuff,
trans issues
constantly.
Yeah.
I don't. There's plenty of. If Blair wants to do that and be a bitch about it, she can. If ZJ wants to talk about all that stuff, she can. We don't need another voice for that, do we? Isn't there enough?
I think I know why so many trans women in particular do that, though, and it's probably, well, I don't know. Well, I know why I'm going to do it, and it's not really for publicity. It's like I said, it's because, well, I didn't say it. The thing is, if I sent my parents, let's say, I'm not going to send them a fucking ContraPoints video because considering the clientele, I don't think that would work very well. But if it's coming from me, they'll watch it, So that's why I'm going to do it. I imagine that's probably why a lot of people do it, or I guess.
Well, I mean, there's like CJ. There's a good example where everything about her existence became about trans. Everything was trans. Everything, every video, every Facebook post, every Twitter post, everything is about
trans.
Existence, trans activism, trans aesthetic, trans everything's trans.
Too much trans.
and it's like, I understand, obviously, that when you transition, it impacts every tiny detail of your life is touched. Everything. There's nothing that goes unscathed. Everything is touched. And because of that, it's easy to become swallowed in it. And that's what I'm trying to avoid when it comes to content creation. And I've failed so far. But I'm trying. It's one of the reasons I haven't made many videos. I have a whole bunch of videos in my head that I want to make, but all of them are
just fucking do it. You know, just fucking do it, because like you said some shit earlier I didn't think about, pertaining to the trans experience, which I thought was useful. It's not like you don't have anything to say that people wouldn't find value in pertaining to the topic, and it's what you want to talk about, or it's what you just are gravitating to. Like maybe you just need to get it out of your system or something.
Yeah, I well, part of it is, you know, 'cause this is where I'm at,
Right.
and that makes sense, and that's what I've been telling myself with all of the stuff that I've made so far. It's of course it's going to be about that because that's where I'm at.
That's literally everything about everything in your life at the moment. And it's the same
Right.
here. You know, it's like
Right.
everything's fucking trans. My lamp is trans. This pillow is trans. Everything's fucking
Everything.
trans.
Every experience I have, every time I walk out the door, you know,
Right.
before I knew that I could go to the store and buy a frozen pizza and nobody's going to look at me funny. And
Right.
and there was the I mean, the odds are always, you know, not zero. But the odds are very, 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 very low that I would have an altercation with somebody or a confrontation. They're much higher now, and because of that, um, I care more about how I present myself in public than I did in the past. I'm very careful about when I walk into the store, into the supermarket, how long I'm there. I'm through and I get what I got to get and I get the fuck out. Like I don't shop, you know. I
Right.
get what I got to get and I get the fuck out, because I need to make sure I compress the amount of time that there's a possibility for an altercation. Um, you know, and it doesn't take a lot. You know, I mean, I haven't had it happen, but I can imagine it happening very easily with when a kid might say something. You know, hey, daddy, that lady has a beard. You know,
Right.
and you know, and now suddenly there's a spotlight on you.
Right.
Um, you know, so I mean, you know, that kind of, so I mean it affects absolutely how I do everything in my life is affected. Um, and I still don't regret it. Um, that tells you something. Um, so I don't know. I forgot
Yeah,
where I was going, but I mean, you get the idea.
I do. It's everything is trans because like it's consuming. I get it. I totally get it. I
And
mean,
I'm not me.
it's I think it's probably different for, and thankfully, even though I may be jealous as hell, I don't think it's like this for everybody. I think it's like this for, I mean, we couldn't do this shit when we were 18 or 16 or,
So,
and so they're going to have a different experience interacting with the world, and that's great. But
so this is why, like, like the activist in me gets
right,
riled up because it's just like I know what it is to do this at 51. You know,
right,
I know what that's like. I
right,
know what the anxiety at 51 is like. I know that I've got 50 years of man here.
right.
And that's what I'm contending with. Um, but if I were 17, this would all be different.
Right.
Um, you know, it would be easier to transition. It would be easier to pass. It would be less likely to draw attention.
Right.
Um, and that's why when they're like, you know, um, ban trans healthcare for people under 18, it's just like you are making their lives so much harder. Not now. It might seem like now, but you're actually hurting them tomorrow. That's in the long run that's a problem. You know, because the longer it takes to get on hormones, the longer it takes to start transition, the harder it is to end
To
up
do
in an aesthetic place.
that
Yeah,
matches what you are.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, you know, hormones don't do anything for bone.
No, they do
You know, like
not.
your bone structure changes as you get older.
I'm looking for a shrink ray myself. You know,
Yeah.
um,
You know, like me, I have this man jaw I want to get rid of. But it's not going to happen. It is what it is. You know.
I know. I do know. I know very well.
I mean, head on, I don't think I look all that bad. But like from like back and side, that's like very hulky. It's terrible. When I got my name changed, the legal name change, it was in the middle of the pandemic, so it was all done on Zoom. So I had to report on Zoom. So we recorded it. Peach set up a camera behind me. No one will ever see that video.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad.
It's
Yeah.
just like this big back, with long hair. It's just I wanted to cry watching it. I wanted to cry. But 50 years old when I got
What do
serious
you?
transition. I was
Right.
um, you know, let these
But you
kids
you dabbled with hormones and stuff before too,
off
though.
and on for years. But even that, I was tiny. It is that bad. I love you. I love
Can
you.
can we get that video edited to where there's something in the way so that we don't see what you don't want us to see, but we can get the
The
sharing of
gist.
the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Nothing
You
is impossible.
suppose?
I suppose nothing's impossible. Um, except hormones are getting rid of bone. That's impossible.
That is
Um,
impossible.
so I mean, it's just like if there's a 13-year-old that says they want to transition, social transition, and then when they get like 14, 15, 16, then start talking about hormones. Because if they develop bones, man bones, to do something about that is expensive and painful. And I mean, you're affecting the rest of their life. Just leave them the fuck alone.
So I had my first pseudo, but I mean transphobic experience at work this week, um,
Yeah.
and it was kind of a shitty thing to go through. There's this guy at work. We'll call him Larry, um,
It's always
and
Larry.
it's always a fucking Larry, right?
Fucking Larry.
I So this guy actually went off of a different team, and I kind of well, I saved his job. Anyway, I brought him on my team because I do things like this. Anyway, he writes good code, and he's fine at his job, like for me, for what I need him for. And he anyway, he flew in with a bunch of people because we had this conference this last week, and so we all went out to lunch at this Irish pub, and my team is 6 deep. Uh, 2 people know, the other 4 do not know, because I've come out publicly to work like at my level, like the middle management level.
Right. Okay. Right.
But I just like I'm not secret about it. But if it doesn't come up, I'm just not at the phase where I feel like talking about it if it doesn't come
Right.
up.
And then there's no need.
So right. So 4 of them don't know. Larry being one of the ones that don't know. And this other guy that comes in, him and I were having a conversation across the table. He's from DC. He's like, "Hey, I'm remote work. I'm looking for a new place to live." I'm like, "Well, what are you into?" He lists off all his criteria, what he's into. I happen to live in Southern California for a while, and I was like, "Hey, I really think you'd probably like SoCal, like San Diego County. I think it's right up your alley. There's so much to do and all this, just having this kind of small talky conversation, right?" And so Larry decides to chime in with this whole, "I would not fucking move to California, you know, that the kid can now be a trans without," he said, "a trans without without their parents' consent in California, and like it's a fucking long tirade and shit that I don't even remember. But I was like the betrayal,
Right.
like the betrayal of
And there's a little voice in the back of your head going, "Oh, you got to go."
kind
Yeah.
of, but you know, like I also don't like have it in me to like.
Right.
I'm just so tired, you know. I'm just tired, and so that
Yeah.
was the first. So like I haven't had like that wasn't like I come into work in a dress and like, oh my god, you're a fucking guy in a dress. Like I didn't have like that kind of thing, but I had that just weird, just like, oh my god, like you're so shitty. Like you're the reason. Like you like it's because of people like you that people like me grow up and fucking want to kill themselves. You know, it's like
It's true. It's true. It's just there's it's 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 also bullshit though. You know, because it's like it's not even really true. It's true, but it's
it's
not true.
it's
You
not
know, it's
true.
like
Like
it's,
what they know about it is not what they think about it.
consent to be who you are. Period. So, what do you mean they can be trans without their parents? They're going to be trans whether they are or not, or whether their parents know or not, or whether they live in California or India, for fuck's sake. I mean, it is what it is.
Right. I mean,
Just,
so like what was on my mind, my response, I didn't say it because I'm a coward, I guess, or I just was too exhausted, but my response is like, what's the alternative? Like, who are the people that wouldn't support this? For what reason? Like, can you name a good reason? Like, because it seems like all you're doing is enabling people that don't support trans people to fucking have their kids be trans. Like, I can't even think of why someone wouldn't support the idea of wanting their kid to have a meaningful, well productive life, right? Like
right.
it's just, you know. So like I've got that, and here's like I was telling, I think I told Mike this. Like here's the shittiest part about it, right? I could just say these are stupid people, but the problem is they're frequently not. Otherwise, these like this guy is an intelligible human being. It's just so asinine,
It's bigotry.
and yeah, it's hate. It
Hey,
sucks. You
it's
know,
what it comes down to. And I don't like that myself. I don't like that. I don't that whole like, oh well, it's bigotry. That bothers me because it's too simplistic.
right?
Um, I have a hard time buying that, X percentage of the country is just full of hate. Um, there's reasons behind it. There has to be. Like there's more to it than that.
Right.
Um, but I don't think that there's any way to quantify that.
If I
So
may, there's a parallel to this that also happened recently. This is not like a one-off situation. Uh, Vegas and I were eating at Willie's Wings, talking to two other people, and one of those people also denigrated the possibility of moving to California for similar political reasons. You know, I don't know if I could move out there because San Francisco, what goes on there,
right.
and so
I would feel like what
this
goes
is
on.
an echo through like a lot of different people in the world. You know, mention California, and it's like the litmus test for like who are you really, motherfucker?
Right.
Just talk about California more. Then I'll get a
Yeah,
little bit
it's
of insight as to whether or not I want to like go further into letting you know who I am as a awesome person, because you may never get to know, motherfucker. Because I want to know, how do you feel about California?
it's a good gauge. It kind of is. I kind of am finding that out. Something that I didn't think a whole lot about ever. right? Because it is the best place I've ever lived. Like I love it. I think it's just a really pretty place to live. You know.
I haven't been
Um,
out. I haven't been out in California since I was a little kid, and I want to go so bad. But I do have a number of issues with California. None
well,
of them are
sure.
really political. You know,
Well,
And
I mean,
it's like it's like the water issue. It is the highest populated state at this point, and growing quickly, and
right.
they have no water. And the Colorado, you know, doesn't reach the ocean anymore. I mean, there's like a million issues I have with the entire Southwest, really, but like California in particular, and it's just like, but I really want to go.
They're going to need to figure out a plan to pipe water from the East Coast to the West Coast, and I'm not even joking. They really need to think about, like, if you look at Lake Mead in Nevada,
They really
um,
have to do,
it's
south.
a bad
Same from the East
situation.
Coast to the West Coast, but the Mississippi River is going dry right now.
There you go.
There's people walking to islands that were in the Mississippi River. They're now walkable. You can walk to them.
That's crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
And it's something that's not getting enough coverage. This dryness of the Mississippi right now.
Right.
There's
My head-
people going out there with metal detectors just looking for weird shit because you can walk it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got back from that Florida trip, and with all those DeSantis lands T-shirts and all that kind of thing, and I went on a cruise for a week. It wasn't great, but that's not the point. The point is, there was a hurricane while I was out, and it was devastating. Everybody knows about it. A couple hundred people died and all that, and just the headliner is once in a 500-year flood, and I'm like, that's going to happen more frequently,
Yep.
and you're in denial, and I gotta say, it's like a self-selecting thing, because the kind of people that are in Florida are strangely also simultaneously the people that just do not believe in climate change, like at all.
Well, obviously not.
Uh,
I mean, we had TJ.
oh well, TJ is an exception, but you know what I mean. It's like the most bizarre thing. If anybody ought to be concerned, you would suspect it would be Floridians. No.
If any place should be losing housing value the quickest
Right.
right now, it should be Miami.
Right.
Right? And
So,
it's still a hot real estate market.
Yeah. Yeah, they have all that sunny day flooding there too.
so like, if you can't convince somebody that lives in fucking Miami, right? I mean, what do you do? Right? What do? You just got to let it be, just, I don't know what, I don't know. I don't know how you get through.
Mike, are you going back in the closet?
Mike's going back in the closet.
Soon.
Was it too much
I was
for you?
actually thinking all I need is one of those big, puffy, tight wigs, and I could do a Bob Ross this year.
Oh.
With this blue shirt. I have some blue jeans and a leather belt. I'm like, I have everything that it takes to pull that off. And,
You got the...
But I don't want to distract from this climate change talk.
No, that's fine.
So I think it's not going to be something where we're moving the water across different states, like across the whole continental divide. We need desalination, and we need better technology in the desalination.
Yes.
To keep it local. I mean, look at all of those Middle East Gulf states that are using desalination plants all the time to bring their people water. The technology is getting better and better, but we need to have it more local than that because everywhere is going to be needing water, except for Florida. They're going to need fresh water instead of salt water.
Right.
But yeah, you can't take from the Mississippi what's not in the Mississippi. And if there's a lot of water in Virginia and you could pipe it on over to the Mississippi, that's great for the Mississippi, but you ain't gonna skip over the Mississippi to go feed the Colorado River. That's just not going to happen.
Nope. Desalination plants is going to need all up and down the coast.
And you're going to need a lot of power to make it happen.
Well, I mean, like Mike said, the technology is getting better. The motion of the ocean waves will generate a certain amount of power. Then you're going to get a certain amount of power from wind.
I might have changed a lot of my political perspective as of recently, but look, you need fucking nuclear power plants is what you're looking at.
I'm actually pro nuclear power.
Yeah. So, I mean,
that would help very much in achieving this goal, especially as early as we need it.
I totally buy into the idea also that it could be a bridge. That's like, yeah, we could do nuclear and just use it as a bridge if that's what we need to do.
Just fuck all this. I mean, like, I get it. Yeah, solar, good, do it. But like, if you're gonna match the urgency required,
right,
build some motherfucking nuclear power plants. Right. So that's like where I stand on it. Like, if it is as severe as we claim, build some motherfucking nuclear power plants. Like, I just don't get it. I just don't understand. I especially don't understand lefties that are not on board with that idea. I don't get it.
I agree.
So, since I graduated high school, there have been only 2 nuclear power plants built.
Right.
Both in Tennessee. So we need more, the ones we have, and we need them where this giant amount of energy is going to be needed in order to do these giant tasks that we're wanting to perform.
Right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's so easy. It's just like I know it's not easy. It's so easy for me to understand, I think, is the issue.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, I want more people. I want to see Kazoom. I want to see Joe, even though I don't think they like each other.
I don't know why.
Wait, can we do that separately? Like, we see Kazoom.
Probably.
Then we see Joe.
Yeah. And I know Paul and Joe are kind of weird, but I miss talking to Joe.
That's like Bob Ross saying, I want to do oil paint and I want to do watercolor.
As long as it's not Kate. I can't with her.
Kate is what, sister?
Bionic Dance.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't with her. I can't.
Yeah.
I've gotten into way too many shouting matches with her, and I'm done.
I always find that she's like the apologist, for like everything. When it comes, I don't know.
I mean, she has no idea what she's talking about most of the time. It's she has like an understandable political anger, but she doesn't know where to direct it or how to to use whatever little bit of power we each have to use that to affect change. She would just rather just throw stones at the establishment and say that she wants something other than the establishment because she's already getting and that she doesn't realize she's getting. So, yeah, she's very reactionary. I just can't. You know, it just repeating the same thing over and over again gets old. Um, and she's really good at repeating things. So I can't.
Yeah. I don't really know her that well. I haven't caught her too many times on the stream or anything, but
I mean, she did. You know, I'm pretty sure she still makes YouTube videos. I haven't watched any of her videos in years, but I mean,
I've made it up recently. She's working on that giant project of.
Oh, the animation she's been working on since I knew her.
Yeah.
But I mean, she makes these videos that are like in a cycle. So, like the joke after a while, the joke was, "Hey, it's all babies are atheist season," because I mean, it's just like the topics would be like cycle through every year after year after year, so you knew what was coming. You know, it's like, oh, it's that time of year. She's going to be talking about, you know, oh, how God bothers or just mean because they don't mean pro life, they mean pro birth. It doesn't matter if she's correct or not. It's just that it seems like it's on a schedule, so it's weird.
I mean, so Galen's mentioning in the chat her art is real and her best voice. I mean, I'll check it out. You know, I don't have any problem checking it out, and I'm sure she's fine as a person. But you know, sometimes you just don't click with people, you know.
Yeah, you know. Well, also, you know, kind of sours things when she tells everybody that she thinks you're semi-retarded. So you know, fuck you. So.
Yeah, it helps when people aren't rude. Not that Raven's ever been rude.
Me, nah, fuck no. Not Raven, not so much. DevShell was
Lower Road. Also, New Jersey, you know, just saying.
Well, yeah. That's part of it too. I've changed a lot since transition. I'm a much different. I'm a much better person. I think I am a much easier person to get along with than I used to be.
Yeah.
I'm a lot more level than I used to be. So
she accused me of being Galen, right? She accused me of being a terrorist and the leader of Anonymous.
She must have confused it.
Okay. So when I was away, please tell me that you didn't already hash out YouTube fame or Mike's series, because I want to talk about that. So there's this dude. Okay, Mike doesn't want me to talk about it. I can tell on his face.
No, it's just it just popped up after 4 years of being gone.
Oh,
you know, I like to talk about it in the meta sense. Like some of us here have received death threats.
I have,
yes.
yes.
For being on YouTube. It's part of being a content creator. And for me, what's strange is I had a rash of them when I first was here on YouTube, but it was like it was in the heyday of YouTube atheism, right? And those death threats I was getting were more like, you know, the wages of sin are death. And if God so happens to put me in a dark alley the same time as you're there, it's going down, bro. I will enact God's justice upon you.
Sure.
And that, to me, is a death threat, right? And they had no problem speaking that and then not considering it a death threat. Like in their minds, it just doesn't count, right? So I had to like make different types of death threats. There's that biblical style of death threat, but then there's just the all out, you know, next time I see you, motherfucker, I'm going to kill you. You know? And there were a few of those that happened online. The best one was Helion Exciter versus DramaTube. I mean, those guys were pointing guns at the screen, you know, like showing off how many guns that they owned. And it's like, wow, the drama has gotten way too far. Now that we're all thinking about our arsenals,
So I am like, I completely divorced from any. I never been a YouTuber, right? So I couldn't like when I watched that video and I listened to that guy go off, and you're like, yeah, this is an all the time thing. Like I knew that death threats were a thing online, but I didn't feel what that was like until I watched that video, and I was like, yo, fucking people are fucking crazy.
Always crazy.
Oh man. So to rehash it for Galen and if anybody else is watching, um, there's some history between Mike and this. What's his name?
Preston,
Preston.
Preston Hudman.
Right.
And to summarize the history, he approached me with an idea of how to become YouTube famous. And he was trying to basically teach me how I could become YouTube famous by using these things called panels, which is a place where you can buy social media likes and subscribers, right, for different types of social media. And they would have different prices, and you could find different panels that had different prices for how many thousand you want. You know, you're paying this much, and so he in that death threat. I'm playing it to the screen. His Instagram has 1.2 million followers. Not a one of them is real.
Right.
Right? But he was trying to fake it till you make it. If someone saw that he had 1.2 million followers, they might want to give him a follow.
Right.
Right. And so that's his game. Well, how well is it working for him? Not very well.
No.
And I turned him down on that. I said that he was a little foolish in doing that. And he got extremely butthurt. And that was the source of like the first 10 episodes of YouTube Fame Crazy, him getting crazier and crazier. And at one point thinking that I was a shill for Google, that I must work for them. I'm some undercover Google agent. And so I made one joke where I actually was talking to my camera and I walked by Google's headquarters in Boulder, Colorado, so that he would be able to see the sign of Google behind me. I made one joke, and oh man, he just went nuts. Right? It was like a big schism happened in his brain. He starts sending me videos of him in a bathtub. You know, it just
he's like wearing this skull outfit, like a costume,
like
and he's
Skeletor
in the bathtub, and like the way he moves, right, is like when I think of it, I think of like Batman, like the Joker, like he's got like this. Joe,
hey Autumn, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
One second.
It's Autumn, right? Did I screw that up?
It's Vegas it's jarring. I'm working through it. It's fine.
No, I just want to make sure I said the right name.
It's fine.
Yeah.
So
good.
So yeah, but like, did you know that like he gets in the bathtub, right? And like he's got this like he tilts his head in like this really weird, like he does this really weird, like creepy kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but it's fucking weird, right? And I'm telling you, I told Mike, call the fucking FBI. Like, don't assume that they know. Like, it's fucking real. Like, this guy is like if he might not be a threat to Mike, right? But when you look at this guy, he's a threat to somebody, like if not himself, right? He's it's so bad.
I've apparently missed some key elements of this conversation.
So yeah, Mike got a new death threat online pertaining to a series he did, like started 4 years ago. I don't want to speak for him, Mike. Sorry.
It ended 4 years ago.
Oh,
like I actually thought that it was over and had not heard from the guy in 4 years. And then in his death threat, he said that I sent the FBI to him.
Joe does look happy.
And I'm like, I wonder where he was the last 4 years. Not on the internet. Not bugging me. I wonder what happened.
Who?
His name is Preston Hudman. But he's not
It's a
the only
thing.
one that has gone off the deep end like that. Back in the day, there was one in particular that was in our circles as like the token Christian a lot, and his screen name was Fitchiful Thinking.
Was
And
what?
Fitchiful Thinking, and
Huh.
and he and I had some back and forth on biblical issues, and I wasn't the only one, but he he was one of those people that he converted to atheism in the end, and ended up hating every atheist that helped him convert because we all made fun of him to push him in that direction. We were assholes as we were doing it. So he started this channel. It was nothing 01001111 something like that. It was the word nothing and then a bunch of binary ones and zeros. And he started making videos in the style of I'm going to say Nine Inch Nails music videos. And he was it was like he was writing a novel of what it means to be an atheist. And his idea of atheism was like very basic. Like there is nothing, you know, and when you die, there's nothing.
So he became an atheist and was upset about it?
Yeah, he was very upset about it. But then it actually turned into death threats towards a few of us.
Jeez.
Me and Aldous Valor in particular. And I had met this person and bought him pizza for one of my video series. I visited him in North Carolina. At that time, he was like a youth group leader. But when he became an atheist, he basically lost all his friends, all his family, everything, all at once. And he went really crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
I get that.
And
Yeah,
some of his death threats were things that I saved the video in case I needed to be able to explain to the FBI why he showed up on my doorstep. But
it's worth the watch. What is it? It's like 5. So it's 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. And so like, here's the thing. Like I was telling these guys, I did not know. Like I knew that people got death threats a lot, but I didn't realize what that really meant until I listened to this. Right.
So Raven
Yeah.
was getting death threats and the like for loving who she loved, and people were angry that another person was not with Raven's wife.
Yeah.
Right.
When that has nothing to do with like them. That's those two people's decision.
Right.
And both sides decided to break up.
And the person that they were trying to supposedly quote unquote defend was telling them to back the fuck off.
Leave it alone. Yeah.
You know. Yeah. But, you know, this. I mean, I got 2 death threats. One was from Beach, which we talked about, you know, a few weeks ago. I still have that video where he said that he wanted. And the thing is, what got me there is his beef wasn't even with me. His beef was with Puka. But he was so intent on getting Puka that he literally said to me, I don't care if I have to step over your corpse to do it. He literally said that in the fucking video. The other one was Blue. Blue as Blue is.
Blue. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, his name, his channel name was Blue as Blue is. And again, it was over something fairly innocuous. And I said, oh, I think it was right around the time when Jason Burns was making videos, and Blue and a few other people were doing like weekly videos attacking Jason. And look, Jason was a simpleton. He, you know, wasn't very sharp. He made really crap videos. He had like 256 subscribers, so he had like no outreach whatsoever. You know, but they had him on the Magic Sandwich Show, and after a while, I laughed at first, and after a while, I'm like, this is cruel. Because this guy is just some simpleton from the north of England, and you guys are making him a punching bag, but he's low-hanging fruit. Why don't you get smarter than some simpleton? You know, fine, you laugh at him once. It shouldn't be a regular thing. And then Blue, I said, look, you're shit if you're gonna fucking go after this guy. And he made a threat at me. He's like, because he lived in Cleveland. He's like, don't ever fucking come to Cleveland. I'll fucking come. I'll get you. And I'm like, wow, you are a piece of shit. And then someone says, oh, well, that's just how he talks. I'm like, that's why he's a piece of shit. When you're making death threats at people as out of course, that's a bad person.
In
Yeah.
spring, I got a message from some guy who was like, "Oh, I see now you're pretending to be a woman, but I know who you are, Robbie. I know you. I remember when you came to Rahway and you slept with one of my friends and this and that." And I'm like, I don't know who you are. I've never been to Rahway. I no idea what the fuck you. Oh, when you were at the park off of this road now, I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? I live in the woods. I'm like hours away from the area. I don't know you. And it was just on and on and on of these really weird sexual accusations. And it's just like,
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well,
But
here's the weird thing is,
but
even,
was
even even if all of that had been true, right, it has nothing to do with them. Why do they care?
Biggest for the time that I've been on the internet, on YouTube. What I've learned though is women, for doing nothing but looking pretty on camera, can catch death threats. Just being them, not even dissing somebody. Just
being.
somebody will come out of the woodwork and be a loon and just send them a death
Yes,
threat.
the He-Man.
They can do makeup tutorials and get death threats over that shit.
Peach as a stalker. Well,
Yeah.
had. Well, has. I mean, nothing's been done about him. He's still there. It's really creepy. Yeah, Peach has a long time stalker.
Well, this is why I've said to some women I know, I'm like, it's amazing to me. I mean, all these like anti-feminists and they scream all their shit and they're like how terrible it is and how women have all this power. I'm like, we're lucky. Well, I'm lucky as a man, and Mike is lucky as a man. That women aren't just going around castrating men in parking lots with like a rusty tuna can lid, because men are horrible to women. They really are. Like Louis C.K. had this good joke just before he humiliated himself and everybody else. But when he said about the courage it takes to go on a date. The man's courage is asking, because you could get rejected, and the woman's courage is that men are the number one leading cause of death.
Right.
So where are we going to your death? Statistically speaking.
Sure.
I don't know.
I mean,
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I should say I got a thinly veiled one from somebody. It was like he was using it as an intimidation tactic. It was pretty sleazy, but I won't go into it right now. But it's hard, and that's the thing. People who've never had one, a lot of people slough it off. It's like, if you've never lived in fear for your life, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
no, I don't know. I did. Well, I mean, since Mike put out the video, right? Well, I mean, I still haven't had anything like that happen to me. I can think of, but yeah, when Mike put that out,
I hate that this is true, but I'll just say wait a while.
Oh, I know, but
it's good to see you, though. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to see you too. Yeah, I just didn't know what that. I didn't know what that was. Like, okay, so you get death threat on the internet, but no, it's a fucking thing that you got to take seriously for sure.
Yeah. I just want to address what Galen said before. That Joe looks happier. It's funny. Up until about a half hour ago, I was on the floor, like mentally and emotionally. I took a nap, but all weekend I just been in a weird place. But I'm seeing good friends, and that has buoyed me, so that makes me happier.
That's good. Anybody in particular?
You people.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I because when Raven had sent me a thing, I'd actually been. So I was actually in the middle of my nap. Well, not middle, but I woke up like 10 minutes later, and I got up and I was doing some work things. I thought I had more that I had to get done for this week than I do. So, but I was getting ready, doing my prep for the week and figuring out what I have to get done and sending emails out and shit. And then I just wanted to before I go to bed, let's check and see any new videos that are worth watching. And then I saw that Raven was still on broadcasting. I'm like, well, shit, might as well pop in and see who's there.
Yeah, me.
Yay!
I'm a rare occurrence.
Joe, your ears must have been burning though, because you were mentioned.
You were. I wanted to see you because I haven't gotten to talk to you in a long time.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. Well, then I'm especially happy that I showed up then.
Yeah.
And hi, Galen.
We were covering a lot of trans things while you were not here, and the changes, things that are going on.
Sure.
And politics that have changed, and a lot of different friends that have been swapped out, and life and things, and it's pretty great, actually.
Good. I'm glad because I know it's a hard. Well, no, what I put it, it's a hard transition. Just like the transition, but like even the you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I know.
The whole thing, and this is something that I've said to a lot of people on our side of the political fence. I get that when somebody is really entrenched and you're dealing with somebody who's really entrenched on, in opposition to where you're at. And but the thing is, like when they come around, I get that can be mistrust, like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to trust this person right away. I get it. But if you don't give people leave to change, why should they ever bother? Right? If you never give them a path to acceptance, they're never. Why would you? I mean, even if I was somewhere and I started to realize that maybe I'm wrong, but if I knew that the people that were trying to convince me I'm wrong were going to reject me and I was going to be out in the middle of nowhere, I might just say fuck it and just stick where I'm at, because why would I bother to change? If it's going to be if it means losing everything and not gaining anything.
So they could probably be better about that.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, for me, I like had a really hard time coming to terms with this, like a really, really hard time.
Oh, absolutely.
And I made a piece of art, and I named him Chris, or I didn't name him, my parents did, but it's hard to know like what parts are you and what parts aren't, and what parts you just kind of absorbed because it's part of the script, and what parts aren't, and what parts you actually feel strongly about. Like for me, like, see, Raven kind of started off already a certain way, and like I was like I was raised different. I come from a different place. I had to conform to certain things that, like, you don't even know why you're doing it. You just kind of do it, and like, especially as I was going through this process, I just wanted to latch on to something, like I just, like, it's hard to feel grounded, and so there's too much, like, all at once, right? You're going through this and you're going through this, and I ultimately I did find the right people. I found some great people here. I found you guys. And like, it's okay to be shitty. It's okay to blow up, like, but you guys still stuck around with me, and like, so it was enough. But I'm gonna tell you, it's fucking hard, and yeah, it would be kind of nice if people had more patience and tolerance and that kind of thing, for sure.
Well, the one good example I think of is, are you familiar with Ted Haggard?
I'm familiar with the name, and I'm sure as soon as you talk about him, I'm sure I know who you're talking about.
He's an evangelical preacher.
Oh yeah,
and
is that the guy that he's always sucking Israel's dick for whatever on TV?
Yeah, and basically at one point, information came out that basically indicates that the guy he's really gay.
Oh,
but of course he comes from this very, he's a former pastor of New Life Church in Colorado Springs. So
yes, I do know this. Yes, yes, thank you.
And so when you come from that very rigid kind of thing. And that's the thing. I think that's kind of, I mean, all groups have a certain level of conformity, but I find that right wing tends to be even more conformist, and it's very much of, it's almost like, yeah, you could be gay, but just don't tell anybody or let anybody know that you're gay or be out.
Just don't live your life. Don't exist. Right?
Exactly.
Like,
You know, pretend you don't, because you're going to throw off the system. And so basically, you know, he ended up going to, you know, gay conversion therapy and tries to say he's not gay anymore. I'm like, no, you're gay. You're just in such a conformist society, you know, subculture, that you can't bear or can't afford to be who you really are publicly. And it's sad.
So for me, conservatism, like as I understand conservatism, doesn't offend me, right? And what I mean by that is I don't mind reasonable arguments about how we can't spend money or ought not to in certain times.
Sure.
I do have these built-in things that or that just are, right? They're just my practical part. But the thing is, I was latching onto that at the expense of recognizing that Republicans aren't conservative.
Right.
And that's, let's see, the thing is, like, they are, okay, so when I, as a trans person, have to go out of my way to go to a support group because I've never met another one in fucking real life in my life. And when you watch your Fox News, describe it as though there's a fucking invasion of us, right? That are taking over your world, like in putting a microscope on the worst examples that don't even represent you. Like, do you want to know what a typical trans person looks like? It looks like this. It acts like this, right? And Raven. And so, but the thing is, like, the mischaracterization, like I was unable to either accept the fact that that's what they've become to be. It's almost wholly and entirely, they fight for an ideal, and it's a very white, heteronormative ideal.
Absolutely.
And that's really all it is, because they spend just as bad, they or worse, and the things that they spend money on are shitty.
Right.
And so it's like it took me about a year and a half, like, to really just give up. And I had to, like, let it go,
Right.
you know? And the fact of the matter is, half of them would prefer I just don't exist.
Yeah.
And
At least.
And so I'm not. And
interesting is we and me, Mike even more so, but me specifically, we actually got to witness your different transition, your transition from, you know, the beginning of that to now. I mean, we had those conversations where I remember yelling at you.
I know.
Those are the worst examples. That's why they're doing it.
Right.
I know.
You know, and now to hear you say that, it's like, I'm glad you see it.
She's arrived. You know,
I'm glad you see it.
And that's the thing. I mean, it's you know, and yeah, and it was. I was thinking it was very. I know for myself, I know I got very frustrated a number of times. You know, which is unusual for me, but you know, the thing, like you said, what you said, something very important. They're not. They're certainly not the classical fiscal conservative. They haven't been that for a very long time, and that's why guys like George Will has given up on the party, because, you know, and he's like an arch, you know, he's like a thinker, you know, this is like, he was like a broad, you know, conservative thinker, actual conservatism. And he's like, what the hell? They are social conservative. I mean, even saying they're social conservative is actually giving them too much credit. They're radicals. They're radical dominionists and white nationalists. And they want a theocracy. and they don't care about any of the ideals. It's interesting, like how
They
everything.
hide behind the ideals.
Yes, right.
Right.
But exactly. I was watching something recently, just a few days ago, and they were talking about that. Like, you look at the campaign trail; their whole campaign trail is this list of, anti-LGBTQ grievances
Right.
and black and anti-feminist grievances. But when you say, okay, they're saying, oh, what about the economy? But have they not presented a plan at all? Because they don't actually care. They don't, and they also don't have any ideas on it.
So before you got here, I was telling a story about my first transphobic experience,
Mm.
and I won't go into it too deeply, but just to say that a guy, I felt betrayed by it because it's somebody he doesn't know that I'm trans that I felt like I helped out,
Mm.
and he was mentioning about I would never move to California because your kid can be a trans and without your parents' consent or whatever, and to get gender affirming care and these kind of things
Right.
that I wish I could have had. And the thing about it is, it took me a long time to recognize that I can't remember the last time, other than myself, a conservative talking about conservative things.
Mm.
Everything is a culture war, and only the culture war. There is no substantive conservative things that they actually do. It is just a facade for hate. It's just that, I mean, and if I know that there are decent conservatives, I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not. They do exist, and but like even when I had adorned that label, like I still would always at least distinguish, like, I am a social progressive. I live and let live all the way, right? But that's just
like a Goldwater conservative.
yeah, exactly. I have great reverence for Barry Goldwater. It's kind of shitty that he lost because it turned the conservatives into trash. They got subsumed by this evangelical weird shit, and that's been what it's been ever since. And so, I mean, it's gotten progressively worse, right? Like, I don't remember it being like this even when I was a young adult, like in my 20s. I don't remember it being like this. And I just don't know what else they do. They're going to spend just as much or more. It's going to be bullshit, and it's going to be nothing but a vehicle. It's like this, like their leadership and their support structure and their funding mechanisms are, so long as like the people that are Republicans are happy to get fucked in the ass by their head honcho peoples, so long as they're allowed to enact their hate, like I'm talking about the rank and file everyday conservatives, right? Like, so long as we are allowed to openly trash trans people and fucking gay people and all these other people, I'm happy to get fucked and not get my entitlements or whatever. And it's like, that's the system, right? It's like this monster, and here it's like I want to cry because, like, I'm embarrassed that I latched. I'm 40. I'm like, I'm not educated. But I'm not stupid. I do well, and I'm just like, how could I?
Indoctrination. I mean, this is something like thinking about something that Raven said, several months ago, talking about the January 6th people. Like, if she said that if she believed the ridiculous, off the wall bullshit that they believe, she might have been out there with them. And this is part of the issue. Like, okay, like you said about the gender reaffirming care.
Right.
The typical rank and file quote, I'm going to put conservative in quotes.
Right.
That person,
Whatever you call these people.
yeah, but that person believes that if a kid says, "Hey, I think I might be trans," that they're just okay, and they're just rushing off to a doctor to start lopping off genitals. And of course, that's complete horseshit. That would be irresponsible, but that's not. Of course, that's not. So that's the thing. If that were true, yeah, sure, we all be like, hey, hold up. But that's not actually happening. But they believe it is. And so it's very hard to have a rational conversation with people who don't have any semblance of facts.
So people are
circles right back to somebody that I bring up all the time because of this exact reason. Like the reason why people believe that stuff, the reason why they're losing their minds is because there are influencers out there that are saying that.
Right.
Actively. Blair White, like I said, like go right back to somebody I bring up all the time. She is fucking toxic. She's poison, but she says kids can just walk in and get a sex change. What the fuck are you talking about? That is not true. And not in any state in the country is that true. That's not true in any country that I'm aware. It just isn't happening.
So they'll take a thing that has happened that is awful, right? Or that looks really bad, or that I would have a difficult time coming to terms with or agreeing with, like that I see, right?
Right.
So they'll take the biggest eyesore that we have, right? It's a form of straw man argument because they'll say, well, this happened, and this is what typifies your reality, right? Even though it's just like, again, never met a fucking trans person until I went to a support group and found another one.
Well, it's like if you remember, we had a conversation. You and I had a conversation some time ago, and it was one of those ones where I got frustrated with you, where I was talking about like how they tried out Chanty Binks. When someone wants to goob on feminism, they'll pull out Chanty Binks.
Right. That's a yes. Exactly right. And it's like, yeah. Right. This is feminism.
Yeah,
right?
That's feminism. And okay. And again, and she's some, barely, probably, late teens. She's probably 19 years old. She doesn't know anything. And,
I felt awful because she was plastered on the internet from left, like from the start to the end. Like Raven got to the end of the internet. And so, like.
Yeah, no, she was there.
She was there. But see, like, the thing is, like, I didn't even disagree with what she was saying. I mean, I agree that she didn't do a great job of,
presenting herself. Yeah.
But like, I would be horrified if you took my worst moments and like I had to relive this over and over and over. And it's just like, man, we are so shitty to people.
Yeah, well, this is the reason why so on some of the conversations we've had with Kazum, and he was like, well, we can kind of just if in the case of saying like, okay, like the idea that about gender reaffirming the surgery, like okay, yeah, we all agree that you shouldn't do that with a child.
Sure.
Because, yes, we agree, but the thing is, so he's like, well, just give it to him. Like, no, because it's false, and they're just going to keep drumming this false narrative, and so we have to say. So I mean, I guess we could say, yeah, you're right, it shouldn't happen, and you know what, it doesn't. But the thing is, we do say that, but they don't care because they want to keep beating that drum.
Yeah, and like if I was to take like their concerns, right? What concerns are legitimate because people are people and they don't know they're being crammed this bullshit. Like my sister, like I had some long talks with some relatives about things that have their concerns, and they're all based in this culture war. And it's like I can't get across to them that this is a mirage, right? It's like it exists, but it's like they just I don't know if it's because they don't have the time or the interest, but they just believe whatever the fuck they're told. It's so shitty. Anyway,
well, I mean, again, that's part of indoctrination, right? I mean, I did a video years ago about basically I mentioned all the other biblical, the non-biblical origin story. So like the Hindu origin story, and the Native American ones, and just kind of going through all these things. And like, you don't believe in any of these because you were not born in the culture that puts these stories forward. But these are no less credible and no more wacky than the ones you believe. You just believe
Right.
that, you say you have faith. Your faith isn't in God. Your faith is in the person who told you the story. So you
Right.
believe them. So then they tell you these things and you believe them. But what if they're wrong? And I'm not even saying that they're necessarily being sinister and lying, because that's another thing too. I ran into a lot when I was gotten involved with debating Christians. It was like, oh, if you said that they were saying something wrong, they're saying you're lying. Like, no, you're not lying, because lying is intentional deception. But you
Right.
can, if you believe something that's wrong and you tell other people, you're still spreading mistruths. And that's, if you care about the truth, you should want to not do that.
Yeah.
You,
Or
you,
care about people's well-being in their lives and how they live their lives or anything else. Like for me, my genesis with not really believing came from an incompatibility of, the core of me, and just knowing that this is not. I'm like, this is like God. Should there be a God, he has to at least be as mature as me and superior in morality and all of these things, right? Like for me to want to worship a thing, right?
it needs to be worthy of it,
Right.
right?
You
Right.
you kind of went. Oh, did he freeze? I think.
No, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
I'm just stuck because the thing was like even when I like well before, I mean, I've been sort of like a non-believer for like a long time, but like thankfully thankfully I didn't get too indoctrinated, and I couldn't get that indoctrinated into that, I mean,
My,
I
my,
struggle. I still struggle with like I still have a yearning to like fill my spiritual needs, I guess, but it's not in the form of
like God
that.
worship. Yeah.
Right.
My very first YouTube video. It's not up anymore because it's really really bad quality, like production quality. I tried doing I did a PowerPoint presentation and tried to video capture, and it came out very, really really rough. But it was exactly going to what you were just talking about. It was this idea that, well, we can't understand God's morality because God's so far
Oh
above
my.
us, and all this kind of shit. And I said, yeah, but if the morality we have comes from God, then at least some poor, and the rules of logic come from God, then that we use those tools. If God gave us an incomplete set, like we had some subset, then we would be constantly making incorrect decisions because we would not have the full toolkit. So at the very least, our the rules of logic have to be universal, and so our subset has to be equal to the subset. And I went through this whole process where eventually I ended up taking the circle that was ours, and then it was much bigger than God's, because like you said, if this idea that, well, it seems immoral to us, but it's moral to God. But I'm like, yeah, but believers also tell us that God's written, his morality on our hearts, right? So he's done that. Then why would my feeling be in opposition if
It
if
just
I'm attempting to be moral?
it just disintegrates. Like it doesn't even like fall apart. It just poofs like to me, right?
Yeah.
It's just so obvious. And
So
I don't.
I'm sorry. I was
Okay.
talking to a friend the other day. Actually, she's a friend, but she drives me at the fucking wall. We were at a local cafe, and we were talking, and she's a believer, and she had said something about free will, and I said, "Don't even get me started." I said, "You believe in an all-knowing God?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, then you don't have free will."
Right.
And I explained my, thinking of, anything you do, God is going to know, which means it's written, which means you don't have a choice because God can't be wrong.
Right.
Right. And she's like, yeah, but you still can make a choice. It's like, yeah, but your choice is irrelevant because it's already known to God. Right? And you can't do something that's contrary to what he wants you to do. So you don't have free will. And she said, well, he knows what you're likely to do.
Well, then he's not omniscient.
There's
6
so
degrees
many contradictions and
solid.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Well, I did another video on like the 5-point Calvinism thing about that. It's the same thing. Like if oh yeah, I mean, it was called the Trojan Horse of Free Will, because I said, well, if if this is supposed to be a gift of free will, but it only allows me to do things that God doesn't want me to do. And they're like, no, you would be an automaton. I said, no, because if I wasn't capable of doing things that God didn't want me to do, if it's just physically like I can't fly, that's not denying my free will. I'm just not capable of flying.
Right.
So if I could only do the things that God wants, I could still do all sorts of fun things. I can go fishing with my family. I could go on picnics. I could go to the mall. I could watch a baseball game, because those things don't, at least to my knowledge, don't violate God's rules. So I'd have plenty of free choice. I just wouldn't be able to do anything harmful. So by that same token, then that means that the free will that's supposedly a gift can only condemn me. It can only put me on a potential path to damnation. So how is that a gift? Yeah, you're allowed to do things that I'm going to punish you for. Yay.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is the frame from which, here's the thing about it, though. I don't actually believe that the religious are religious. Here's the weird thing, right? I could quiz my parents on everything we've talked about, and they wouldn't have a fucking clue, right? I don't know that they've ever opened up a Bible. I don't know. They have reverence. They fear God, as it were, as it was. And I'm just, so the thing is it just becomes, and this is kind of like, people have spiritual needs. I'm one of them, right? Like I wonder about the cosmos and my consciousness and its relationship to whatever, right? I don't know. It's probably nothing, but I still wonder about these things. I still think about these things. And so they have something that they've turned into just a vehicle for hate, right? They're not fucking Christians. Insofar as I understand a Christian,
right?
Christians aren't Christians. Like, I don't know. They don't fucking pray. They don't even go to church, most of them. Right.
You had said that you like struggle with like spirituality and exploring that outside of a religious context. And one thing that I have found is good for that is fellowship.
Sure. Yeah. Right.
And it's probably one of the most, as a non-believer, one of the most, fellowship is typically normally used in the context of religion, I've found. I don't know if that's across the board.
No, that's how
but it's usually in context of religion. And so in that way, you can consider a religious concept, and it is the most valuable religious type concept I found to a non-believer. Because as a person, we all need some kind of fellowship. And if that's this kind of thing you work on, and you're linking up with like-minded people, and you're having conversations like we're having now, that's going to fulfill a lot of that hunger for spirituality, because you'll be getting that from fellowship. So
it's been great. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say to your point on that was one thing that I've thought for quite some time, that they don't like, even the people even the people who do go to church, right? A lot of them, you say when if you tell them like you don't believe in that, and they're like, oh, well, how could you do all these things, and what do you live your life for? I'm like you don't live unless somebody's super devout. Most people don't live their life for God. They don't sit there thinking all the time, well, what would God want me to do? They live for their family and their friends, right? That's what we all do. And maybe they care about their nation, maybe they care about their state or their community, but that's what they live for. They don't live for any kind of God. It's an excuse for things. It's
It is. It is.
it's a front.
And so even if like you do, so the most devout I've experienced personally, I do classify them as Christians or the Mormons, even more than Baptists. And they're also usually the most friendly, which is weird. But so at my trans support group, I met a former Mormon, and she told me about her story, and she could remember the day and the ceremony when blacks were allowed to become part of the whatever echelon, that they needed to be to whatever, right? And I'm like, yeah, but every time before that day, right, it was wrong, but today was the day.
Right.
God said, I changed my mind.
Changed my mind.
I kind of like the hip hop, so right.
I'm digging the hip hop and the rap.
Right, I like in the rap music. So right.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. I mean, well, the other thing too, one something you mentioned a few minutes ago that I wanted to clip on, because there's again something else I did a video about, was the concept of God fearing. And I'm like, even when I was a believer, I never feared God. Why? Because I was taught to believe that God was eternally just, so that you wouldn't be punished for things you didn't do. And if you were being punished, it's because you had deserved it. So I didn't fear retribution, because that's the thing. God wasn't into, revenge. God was into redress, right? And especially growing up, it was funny because a lot of people, I was raised Catholic, and a lot of people had Catholic, had the, as Eddie Izzard put it, was like the boom boom roll you bastard, very very hardcore. I grew up in the 70s, and this was like shortly after Vatican II, where the Catholic Church was trying to improve their image, and they softened a lot of rules, and the nuns didn't have to wear the habits anymore and all this kind of stuff. And so I got what I call fluffy Jesus, where they kind of mentioned hell and mortal sins, but they didn't really drive it into you. It wasn't, they didn't beat you over the head with it. So, and this is actually what made it harder for me to get away from religion, because I remember because when I was really young, I was really into it. And I remember being in church, and I remember there was one part where you're supposed to bow your heads and supplicate and be all like, "Oh, don't throw me to hell." And I just remember actually standing there, and instead of lowering my head, I actually looked up at the cross, and I'm like, "Here I am, God. Whatever you do, if I'm to be, you're just, so I'm not afraid of you, and whatever you do is cool." And I never understood the that attitude, but as so if you have something to fear from God, well, either you're all in iniquity, or God's wicked.
So I don't know why I just thought of this, but you saying that, how you here I am, God. When I was a kid, I used to yell at thunderstorms.
Oh, really?
If it's a really bad storm, I would go out in the storm and I'd be like, "That's all you got."
So I've only told one person this, and it's not like I was keeping it a secret, but religion fucked me up, right? So we had this tabletop Bible, which what I mean by that is, those really big ones that are full of the imagery, the Gothic imagery and those kind of things. So I can distinctly remember looking at Baal, or Beelzebub, or whatever, the hermaphroditic goat head thing, and this kind of thing. And I saw myself, and I was being a child, right, and kind of not having the words for it, but knowing
you're evil.
I was like, oh my God, I'm I am the Antichrist. It's like any minute I'm gonna fucking burst out with horns and shit, or whatever the fuck, right? I grew up with that shit.
I think it was 2 years ago. Michael suggested I do that for Halloween.
Oh yeah,
Baphomet.
Baphomet. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, that's the other one. Yeah,
Well,
like
and that's the other thing too. Like if you look at this depiction of Baal,
right,
if you look at the Canaanite depiction of Baal, it's just like a dude. He's just and Ba, that's actually like the Arabic word Ba, father, comes from, it's related. Um, but the Christian portrayal of him is basically Baphomet, that goat thing.
right. Yeah, yeah. I was fucked up by that. Like, I think part of all of that is built into why because I internalized all my parents' bullshit for the next couple of decades.
Mm.
Decided to, like Raven, join the service and try to kill it. And then that wasn't enough, so I do more. I just lived a life of extremes, trying to like doing shit that other people couldn't or wouldn't do. So like maybe I could, like, if I could do things that other people wouldn't do, then that would somehow alleviate like the thing that I really was somehow.
Well, you
It
were
was like
proof you were a real man.
yeah, you know what? And even if I'm not really that, I still do it better than everybody, than a lot of fucking dudes, right? I can dude better than a lot of dudes.
I couldn't. I tried like hell though.
I don't like it. It doesn't fit, but dudes
I'm
are
a
kind
dude. I'm a dude, and I've never duded all that well. So
of. I think you do.
You're
I
not
think you
missing.
do just great.
thanks.
I,
Yeah, you
um,
do. You do just great. Yeah.
you do. You're a good dude.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dudes, like, I know you were talking about that earlier, but
You
like
do.
guys, like men, it's not just men are dogs. Even the gay ones are fucking dogs, man.
Yeah, but straight men are worse.
Are they?
I
Because
I I, I
I don't
believe
know.
up and down that gay men were worse. I believed it. Um, when I had a boyfriend and I was living as a gay man, um,
Right.
I was just like, wow, gay men are dogs. They're terrible. They're bad. After transitioning and re
Right.
reassociating myself with the world, the response I got back from straight men, oh my god,
Yeah, it's
blows
real.
gay men out of the water. Men
Well,
are awful, awful.
I had relayed this story once before, or at least once before in one of our hangs, but I don't know if Vegas heard it. But basically, years ago, my friend Orlando got married to his husband, PA, and I was like, I wasn't able to go to the ceremony, but I was basically, wishing them well and all this, and saying very pro marriage equality things. And one of their friends sent me a note and said, or a message, on Messenger, and said, "Oh, I hope you don't have a problem with us gay people." And I'm like, "Well, of course not," And then we started talking, and then this person starts to hit on me. Now, I'm still convinced to this day that they weren't really they were testing me because I think they wanted to see if I was going to say some homophobic shit, right?
Maybe.
But at first it was just stuff. Oh, I like straight boys, and I'm like, yeah, that's nice. And then they went a bit further, and they started getting into detail about how. Then he was saying how he was touching himself, thinking about me, and I'm like, yeah, this is not cool. You're crossing boundaries here. I'm not really interested in this. And he kept going further than that, so I ended up having to block him. So next day I went to work, and Puka's wife also works for me, and I asked her. I said, it's a delicate situation, complete, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you about this. And I told her, and I said, is this at all what it's like for women dealing with men? And she goes, every day. And I'm like, oh my god, like how are women not just running around stabbing men in the fucking face all the
So,
time? I mean, god damn.
I have like the two different Facebook accounts, and I've got one that's Raven, and I've got one that's Raven J, the YouTube associated one. Um, a year ago, I had a few hundred friends on there.
Hmm.
Now I have 5,000.
Wow.
It just exploded, and I get messages all day, every day from men. It's constant, and I mean they all think they're original. They all think that they have this approach that no one else has thought of, and everybody is hun, right? Oh, how are you today, hun? I love your hair today, hun. It's just like, yeah, you and 75 other men have sent me messages saying the same fucking thing today. Stop. It's insane. It's crazy because it's every my mother gets messages from guys hitting her up, and she's 73.
Yeah, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. I don't. What do we need feminism for? Right.
It's bad.
And it's funny because like I remember one time I went into a lesbian bar with a friend. She wanted to go because she knew my friend is bisexual and she knew the woman who was managing the place. And she was like, now, Joe, these women are lesbians, so don't hit on them. And I'm like, I don't hit on anybody, but because I'm always like, I'm like the opposite extreme. I'm like, I just don't know if anything I'm saying is going to be inappropriate, so I just don't say. He's
Never waste an opportunity to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of amazing that I ever met anybody or got married, because it was like I usually just suffered in silence.
Yeah. But I kind of am the same way, especially like if I'm around new people. I'm just like, Michael, tell me more about your place. How's it going over there?
You got the guys just witnessed building.
We witnessed what? You froze, Michael.
I might be breaking up with this connection.
Yeah. Now you're back. We hear you and see you. No, we don't.
Oh. You guys just witnessed me build my queen bed.
Oh.
Is that what that was?
It's pretty bare. It's echoing.
Yeah. So this is a big day for Mike Joe. In case you don't know, he is liberated, as it were.
Well, I knew that was coming. I didn't know when it was going to be.
Yeah, I'm very happy for him.
I've got to be free.
So that's what I really wanted to ask you: is how do you feel, right? So what's it like?
Tired.
You just got your bed.
Tired.
You're gonna put some sheets
drained.
on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put some sheets on it.
Are you not feeling a newfound peace in your life?
No, everything has to be extra. Everything, even that dryer vent that I conquered, it has to be extra.
Yeah.
I just wanted to address Galen said that I should join the NBA with my blocking skills.
What'd you call yourself? Count Blockula?
I am Count Blockula.
Yeah.
I've been blocked a couple times.
I don't know that I was blocked. Was I blocked? I was blocked.
You were blocked. Well, you were blocked for a while.
Yeah, that's fine.
But
are you ever coming back to Facebook land? Are you ever coming back?
So yeah, I've gotten. Well, I mean, you've given me some too, but I've gotten a lot of flack about mysteriously running away from social media. And the thing is, again, different starting points. You had a different starting point than I did, and for me, what made most sense was just walking away from it. And I do intend to come back to it. But here's the thing: there are people that I'm carrying forward in my life, and there's people that I'm not. Mm-hmm. And the problem is those people know each other. Mm-hmm. And so I'm not yet ready to contend with the whole "why didn't you accept my friend request" kind of shit.
Okay, so there
I'll
is
get
a way
there.
to deal with that. I mean, it might not be the perfect way to deal with that, but I mean, you just make your entire Facebook existence visible only to friends.
Yeah, right. So I don't
Like, I
want
had
to do
no
that.
idea
I
how
want
many
everybody. I want everybody that's on my friends list to see whatever the fuck I write. Simple as that. I do
Right.
not want to do because I know in Facebook they used to have like, which group am I posting to? Like you could put like people in different categories, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I ain't got time for that bullshit. I
yeah,
don't want to
don't
fuck
have
with
that.
that.
I
You
don't know.
know.
So you could just set the entire account to be friends only, and that way only your friends see. Even if if they're commenting and stuff on your posts,
Hmm.
their friends aren't going to see it because the overall post is blocked.
right.
Um,
Right.
so you can do that.
I
Um,
will. I will say the other hard part about going back, and I mean, I know it's going to be a lot better than it was, is leaving Facebook. Uh, you might not want to hear it. Was great for my mental health at the
I believe
time
it.
I needed to leave Facebook.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
dead to right serious. And I know, but see, the thing, like, everything's on Facebook. Oh, we're having a party. Where are the details? Well, give me your Facebook.
Facebook.
Everything is coordinated, and so like it's like you can't live with it. You can't live without it, right?
Right.
It's been people even now, right? Just like uh, I guess I'll have to screenshot it for you. They're sending me screenshots of their, over SMS instead of, because I'm like, I'm not on there. Um, I need to get back on it, but I, I am reluctant just in part because like it was, I didn't realize like how even addicted I was to it. I, right. I mean, because you find out, you try leaving it. Just try leaving it for a fucking week or a month, right? And you'll see, like it's like withdrawals like cigarettes. It's like, what am I doing? Oh, well, like it's not. I'm not. It's not in my. I don't have it anymore, right? It's like it's kind of jarring to not interact with it. And so now that I've kind of shed that, it's kind of like telling a smoker that they should start smoking again or
Right.
something like that, right? So
Well, it's kind of like I tried explaining trying to lose weight when you have problems with food, um, and it's like, okay, you're addicted to heroin, but you can't stop heroin completely because you have to eat, so you have to consume heroin 2 to 4 times a day, but don't take too much, or you'll die. And I explained this to somebody once, and they were like, the guy's his eyes got big. He goes, that hits me hard because I used to be addicted to heroin. I was like, okay, now you understand. And it's kind of the same thing, like, okay, go on social media, but don't be like
do
living
it
on
for this, do it for that. And so I have a problem. Like I am the extremes, right? I'm like very much. I have an addictive personality. I just I do, you know, and so I know it's like it's difficult to because I know when I go back, I will end up spending too much fucking time on it. Like you know. So I don't know how to feel about it.
Well, I actually mean, like this weekend, I was on a little bit, but mostly I was posting things from YouTube and not really looking at the results very much. Um, but yeah, like most of today, I didn't look, um, and I'm better for it. I think that it's well, and again, I've been shrinking. I mean, what I even respond to, or if and trying to get to the point where if somebody respond, like if I'm commenting on something that's kind of a public thing, and people say stupid shit back to me, I'm like trying to get to the point where it's like, you know what, replying to their stupid shit is not going to accomplish anything.
It doesn't
So
ever do.
that is where my post about Catholics being Christian came from, because it came from a comment you said to somebody else, um, and they were like,
Yeah,
"Oh, yeah, what was it?
I
Oh,
remember that.
Christians stole, a pagan holiday, and then they made it Christmas." And the person said, but before the Christians did it, the Catholics did it." And I was just like, "Oh my God, this stupid, and that hurts so bad." And I was just like, I want to say something, but I can't. I don't know who this person is. I don't know if it's a friend of Joe. I don't want to get into a fight with somebody online or something so stupid. So let me just make a ranty post about it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's where that post came from because I wasn't going to get involved. I'm done with that.
You know, actually, they had, it was the other way around. They said the Christians started doing it, and then the Catholics came along. I'm like, Catholics are Christians, and they were the earlier Christians. They
Yeah,
weren't
who compiled the Bible? You know, I don't know.
exactly. So but yeah, exactly. And I was like, thankfully, that person actually did not respond badly. I thought they were going to, but it's amazing too. Like, okay, I misread something that somebody posted. Actually, I think they actually edited their post, but I didn't have a chance to go back and see if they actually edited it or not. But potentially, I misread something that was there. Okay, fine. So I got that wrong, and they came back with just this like obnoxious, condescending, and it was one thing to say, "Hey, man, you misread what I said." Okay, fair enough. But they were just so nasty and condescending, and I was going to reply, and I'm like, you know what?
Fuck it.
Block. Just fuck off.
So
I can't have time for you.
you saw my post about the mountain lions, right?
I did see that one.
Okay. Did you see the response from that woman, Stephanie Blaine?
No.
So there have been an increase in reports of bobcat in my area, and there have been some reports of mountain lion. And according to the state wildlife, there are no mountain lion in the state of New Jersey. I have seen a mountain lion. I know other people who have seen mountain lions. I know in the state park, people have caught images of mountain lions on their trail cams. They're here. We know they're here, and the state says they're not here. So anyway, so I posted that there's been an increase in sightings of bobcats and mountain lion, and I even saw one not long ago. And this woman I know comes on and starts to lecture me paragraph after paragraph after paragraph. She's like, Raven, you got two different animals confused. And here's a picture of a bobcat. And here's a picture of a mountain lion. And the state of New Jersey says this and blah, 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 blah. And there are no mountain lions in the eastern U.S. outside of the state of Florida. And I'm like, and I'm trying to tell her in a nice way because I'm actually relying on her to drive me home from the doctor on Thursday. So I'm trying to be very, very nice. And she just kept going.
Raven.
Yeah.
The proper terminology for one of those in your backyard would be garbage cougar.
Garbage cougar. That's a little too Boston.
Jersey. Oh.
That's a wicked garbage cougar.
Joe.
It's smart.
Joe, I got one of my sick recipes for you. You're not going to like this one. This is split pea and ham Campbell's chunky soup, right?
Okay.
Already, I've lost half the audience, but stick with me. This
Why
is
would you eat that?
Tony Chachere's Creole seasoning.
Gotcha.
You microwave your split pea soup in there, and then you just add the seasoning, and you stir it all up, and it's good.
Well, it's definitely gonna be better for sure. I mean, adding Cajun flavor to anything is gonna make it better.
Yeah,
that looks not great.
You know what?
I'm with Dave.
If you know, you know, but it actually ends up tasting like pickles.
Well, the one thing about pea soup. I mean, I remember when I was a kid really hating it. I've had yellow pea soup. Yellow pea soup is way better than green pea soup.
Wow.
I can afford things that are not pea soup.
Well, the thing is because green, a lot of green things, they just have that chlorophyll kind of flavor. Whereas yellow, the ones that are yellow, they have more sugar, so it's sweeter. It balances out. It doesn't have that green taste. Just like my wife hates peppers of all types, but I'm like, look, green. I can tell by blindfolded. I can tell you the difference between a red pepper and a green pepper easily. Now, yellow, orange, and red, they're all pretty much the same. But between those and a green pepper, I can absolutely tell the difference. Just they got that green herbaceous flavor, and so I can see a good yellow pea soup or pea and lentil soup for that matter. Yellow lentils.
Mike, so this is the second recipe I've seen. The first
You know what
one-
else? You know what else goes good with pea soup, Mike? That you might want to try. If you get some garam masala and some what do you call it? Curry powder, particularly what the hell? Not Hyderabad. But yeah, like some of that stuff, put that in, and that'll definitely make it taste a lot better.
Yeah. Rub it in. I just lost my entire spice collection by moving. So
Dude, send me your address. I am drowning in spices because I love to buy spices and I always buy too many. I'll hook you up. I'll have to get some more containers, but I got ton. I mean, I have. Well, Raven's been to my house. I don't remember if you were in my kitchen though, Raven.
No.
Like people have a spice rack. I have a spice cabinet. I'm not even kidding. I have a whole cabinet full of spices, 3 layers, and that's not all of them. Then over on the sideboard, I've got 3 more shelves of herbs and spices. So I've got lots. I've got East Asian spices and Indian subcontinent spices and Middle Eastern spices and South American spices.
Michael needing spices. Reminded me of a joke I just heard recently about white people and spices, and it's driving me crazy.
Yes,
I can't remember.
I know what it is. Britain conquered the world for spices and then didn't use any of them.
Right.
That wasn't it, but that's pretty good. There's something about white people are famous for not using spices, but that's bullshit because they sailed all around the world looking for them.
Yeah, but then they didn't use them.
They didn't use them.
Did you ever see Celebrity Jeopardy on SNL with the T'Challa character? Yeah, Chadwick Boseman. It was great. The last part he's like Karen wants to bring her potato salad to your cookouts, and he's like this Karen, she's a Caucasian, yes, He's just he goes, I've never had potato salad before, but somehow I feel that this white woman does not season her food. And if she does, she'll use a tiny bit of salt and no paprika. I think I should say, oh, hell no. And she puts unnecessary things like raisins. I think I should say, oh, hell no, Karen. Keep your bland ass potato salad to yourself.
Oh, yeah. I just remembered something, Joe.
What'd you remember?
Pumpkin pie spice.
Yes, right. You said it right. Pumpkin pie. It's not pumpkin spice. It's pumpkin pie spice. Thank you.
Pumpkin spice.
I've been making sure that my office has some pumpkin pie spice creamer at all times. But the weekend crew that comes in and works on the shifts that I don't, they really like pumpkin pie spice. And so I don't know if I'll have any in the morning because they might have taken it all.
Does it make it taste like pumpkin, or is it just the spice of pumpkin? Actually, you know what pumpkin spice actually comes from? Is from the spicy pumpkin variety.
Well, it's what I said to a friend of mine who was not understanding the distinction. And I'm like, pumpkins don't taste of clove and cinnamon. And you're like, oh. Yeah.
So the thing is,
pumpkin, it doesn't taste like clove or cinnamon.
No.
Feminists have been using pumpkin pie spice in their coffee forever. They have been spicing their coffee in different ways, right? If you don't like the people who like pumpkin pie spice in their coffee, maybe it's not the spice that you don't like. Maybe you just hate capitalism, comrade.
Oh.
Oh, I don't care what people put in their own coffee.
It might just be that when Starbucks picked it up and sold it back to you as if it was some sort of premium, that's the part that you didn't like, because women have been wise to these spices tasting good for a very, very long time.
Mm. My favorite use of them is in sweet potato pie. And I find, to me, sweet potato pie is vastly superior to pumpkin pie.
Yeah, but coconut cream pie is vastly superior to all others. So
My wife would agree with you.
I am not a
Yeah.
fan of pumpkin pie. I do like the pumpkin pie spice coffee though. Basic white girl.
Basically.
Yeah.
I actually had somebody use pumpkin spice coffee as a way to try to tempt me to meet him.
Drop them
And it
pins.
worked.
I got some
No.
pumpkin pie spice.
Um, actually, he wanted to. I had posted on Facebook a picture of like a really hot guy with pouring a cup of coffee, and I do this frequently. I'll post half naked men with a coffee mug or a coffee pot or whatever, and then just post it and say, "I want coffee." Right? So I did that, and he sends me a message, and he's just like, "How about I come over with some pumpkin spice coffee?"
Hmm.
My first thought was, "Oh, spice." And yeah, so I told him, "Yeah, sure."
That's funny.
Coffee. I was like, "Yay!"
Nice.
Does it
I
count as
gotta-
a death threat if what they want to do is bring you some coffee as the pretense for being able to rape you and then kill you and then hide your body? Is that a death threat?
I'm strong.
I think so. I think that counts.
Okay, so from now on, pumpkin pie spice,
Is a death threat.
The death threat.
valid death threat.
It's coded.
It's reasonable.
Nobody has ever threatened to kill someone with a coconut cream pie.
Well, that's true. At least I'm not aware of any that ever did.
So it's a texture thing for Joe.
I mean, I used to love pumpkin pie. I mean, the taste is okay. I don't love it, but the texture, especially, because it's just so, I don't know, gummy, goopy. Like pumpkin sweet potato pie's got some heft to it. Now I do make it smooth though. Like my mom taught me how to make it. I use her. Well, I started with her recipe. I've since modified it, but I first tried to master her recipe, and then once I got that down, then I started playing with it. But the big thing that I do differently than her is she kind of put everything in and kind of beat it with the beaters. With hand mixer, I use the hand mixer on the sweet potatoes first, because sweet potatoes, there's a lot very fibrous and there's a lot of stringy bits. So I beat the hell out of them with the hand mixer, take out all the fibrous crap, and then I add the ingredients one at a time, and I do not add the next ingredient until I'm done incorporating the current
so it's smooth and
so it gets so much more beating that it's so much smoother. And the problem is it doesn't really work if you put everything in, because it's too slippery.
Mhm.
You need that friction initially. So I tend not to put the really wet stuff until the end. So you got to get that friction to kind of beat it up and get it nice and smooth. And so mine comes out actually better than hers. It was funny when my mom was still, before she died, when she was in the care home, and Thanksgiving they would have a family thing, and would come in. And one year I brought for her, I baked a couple of sweet potato pies and brought them with us to the thing. And so so she get to have my sweet potato pie, and the woman who ran the kitchen at the home, she had made sweet potato pie, so she was very put out that I brought it. So I offered her a slice, and she tried it, and she walked away. She walked away with the slice, by the way.
Of course.
But mine was better than hers, and she knew it. So she just walked away and didn't say a word. And I could tell that look on her face, like, damn, this is good.
Talk about pie. Now I like apple. I have to make an apple pie.
I'm not a huge fan of apple pie, but my wife makes it's kind of like a galette. Basically, she makes effectively apple pie filling and she gets a sheet of puff pastry, puts it in the puff pastry and folds it up and cooks it that way. And that's awesome. That's actually my favorite all-time dessert.
That sounds really good.
Yeah,
Actually,
especially if you get high quality puff pastry. Like you can get the cheap shit, but if you get the really good buttery taste of it, it's amazing.
so I'm a sucker for the like I don't know if there's a difference between a crumble or what's the other kind of thing that's like that, like where you have the apple pie, but it's just like a crumbly thing on top.
Oh yeah. Streusel top,
What's
yeah.
what do you call that?
Streusel.
No, that's not streusel. It's
Cobbler.
cobbler. Thank
Cobbler.
you. I don't know why, but yeah, cobbler and is crisp and cobbler or crumble. Is that all the same thing?
No, they're
No.
similar but different.
Separate.
Okay.
Alton
Well-
Brown did an episode about the difference between all of them, and that and a grunt and a like 5 other things.
So those kind of things, I'm a sucker for those kind of things. Shit that I can
Right.
put ice cream on, and I love that shit. Like a
Yep.
berry one. Mm.
Okay,
So
here's the
good.
difference. So the difference between a crisp and a cobbler. Cobblers are denser due to the biscuit dough topping and base, while crisp use oats and a streusel topping, making them lighter.
Gotcha. I like it all. I discriminate none.
Yeah.
Streusel top.
You're gonna eat the shit out of it.
I'm gonna eat the shit out of like those kind. I love that stuff.
Nice.
I'm gonna make an apple pie with a streusel top. That's what I'm gonna
When I was in college, I'd hired this. I was in charge of the kitchen of fraternity one semester, and so I'd hired the cook, and she was from Austria, and her specialty was desserts, and she used to make amazing apple strudel, like completely from scratch. She made the dough, like the whole deal, and it was fan-fucking-tastic.
I like strudel. I like the stupid toaster strudel.
Yeah.
I'm not a cultured person.
I don't feel bad. I like it too. Well, especially you get the little packet and you
Yeah.
put the icing on it.
Yeah, they're tasty. Although I don't eat much of anything anymore, but Oh yeah, 125 pounds down, by the way.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
So, what are you sitting at weight-wise right now, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm in the 240s, which means I've got another, I don't know, 50 something pounds to go, I guess.
I'm up 206 last weigh in.
My target is like 195 around there.
Yeah, I was 195 last month.
Yeah.
I don't own a scale anymore. I just
You just
realized that.
You just gave up. You're gonna go get one.
No, I didn't give up. I left my scale behind and I need another one. Shit.
Yeah, I gotta say, like I consider like part of my transition, sort of. So I work out like a second job, right? And I'm like well above average for like where I should be for this time frame. And like it's all because I just want to see that person in the mirror, like that thing. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm like desperate for it, and I have never felt this motivated to do anything ever. Right?
I get
Yeah.
I get that. I had that once years ago. I really wish I could get it back because
Was it
yeah,
fun?
I have about 250. I need to lose about 250 pounds.
It's the same inner motivation that made me quit smoking so easily.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. Was when I went to the endocrinologist and she was just like, I am not putting you on hormones unless you quit smoking. I was like,
Done. Yeah. I am otherwise. So I've got one other issue, but I've resolved. Last week I got cleared of AFib because I suffered a head injury some time ago, and it caused an arrhythmia. But the thing is that because I wasn't in shape, I didn't like recover from it for a while. I am AFib free. Like I had to first of all get healthy before I could start HRT, right? But like I had a number of things to overcome for like, going through it. The last thing I have is apnea, where I need to get cleared from apnea because I don't even think I have it anymore. Which is like when you go to sleep, you like choke because your throat is all, I don't know. And then I'm fucking good. Like I have no blockers. Like there's no like nothing I couldn't sign up for surgery wise for whatever that they could say no for. You know, like like and that all came from just deciding to just do this. And then I just it was like I turned it on. Like I've been going nuts and I fucking love it. I do. Um, I just remember I wouldn't work out for like weeks, months. I would just be, I really think there's a mental health thing, right? Like that's directly tied to your gut or to your health. It's like, if for me, what cured my health problems was deciding to be me, right?
Hmm.
Solved my anger issues.
Yeah.
I'm still wrangling with what that is for me.
I hope you find it, man.
Yeah, I've been in a weird place, and just trying to figure out what I want and what I don't want, and I kind of feel like Thor in Endgame, and he says he has to figure out, who he is rather than who people expect him to be.
Right.
And I don't know any of those answers yet. The other thing too that I'm actually wondering if I'm suffering from any kind of like nutritional deficiency, because like like especially this weekend, I was just run down, tired, and I just felt so depressed, and nothing bad's happening at all. I just feel like just trying to get the energy to pick my head up has been difficult, but being as I said, being here has helped. Maybe I'm just stir crazy. I mean, that could be too, because I don't really go out or do anything. I went out to Chicago for the Women of Color Beyond Belief, and that was a largely positive experience till the very end, which I won't talk about on camera. I'll talk about it later, but yeah, so that was good. But yeah, I just kind of feel overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Well,
And,
the state of the world right now is doing that to everybody.
well, the thing that has me worried sometimes is that I've always been quick-witted, and I part of being older, I guess. We get slow, get not as good at certain things, and I'm just finding that some of that has me a little concerned, because I've always felt like that was the one thing I had going for me, was my mind, my brain, and it's like, if that fails me, then what am I? What's left?
On
Scary.
your worst day, you'd run circles around me, man. So
Well, and I know this is going to sound incredibly arrogant, and most days I run circles around most people, but it's getting not as easy to do that as it used to be. And maybe it's just, yeah, like Galen just said, maybe I'm just worn out. But
do you sleep good?
no, I don't. And that's one thing. But it's like when you're used to you being a certain thing, and then you're not quite, at least to yourself, not quite what you used to be. That's shocking and frightening.
I'm
Well-
sorry to hear you're going through that, man.
I'll say that the closer I get to Vegas's second job routine, the clearer my head has been getting.
Mm.
And I am nowhere near Vegas's second job routine. I'm not even 10% of that.
Mm.
But increasing my water intake has helped a lot.
Mm.
Just taking a B and a D vitamin, getting out for what little exercise I can has actually made a huge difference.
Mm.
I got forced into that intermittent fasting window of like only certain hours in a day because my pills I take in the morning
Mm.
don't react well with food.
Oh, okay.
So it kind of closes off my breakfast. So I'm a lunch and dinner guy,
Right.
and I eat socially as much as I used to, but privately, I haven't been. Like I basically eat lunch with my friends at work, and then that's it. But my mind has come back to me a lot. But part of it has been just part of the closure of moving. That has given me a little bit more pep. But
Mm.
I can definitely say that a lot of these things help in ways that like I would brush off before, especially
Oh.
like drinking a little bit more water.
I wonder if you could test, like, as far as your concerns with your, like, if you're concerned about like mental deterioration. I wonder if like maybe the motivation is take a walk around the block and see if you feel different. Because I got to tell you, I think I'm more coherent now. Like I think my mind, I think my brain health or whatever might have improved. Well, you've seen my politics change as I kind of lost a lot of weight. Just an idea.
You're
Um,
muted.
You muted yourself and you want to talk to me.
I muted myself.
No, joking.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I muted myself. Yeah, I You were
I don't want
really-
to offer advice. I mean, I'm not in a position to. I hope you get better.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Well, again, if you think about it, where you were at, you were basically living a facade that you were forced to put on, and that's got to cause all sorts of problems. I mean, I don't know how anybody
I was
could
killing
avoid that.
myself. I
Yeah.
was literally killing myself, like slowly, just hollow. I was a hollow thing,
Mm,
That's
hard.
So you try to fill it with something like food. I was 374 pounds. I wasn't as big as you are, but I know. I know what it means.
Yeah. Well, especially, I mean, because I know the pictures that you used to have on your Facebook page were not of you weighing anywhere near that. So I know
Yeah.
that pictures of what you had been. So I get where you had gone to and everything. I remember 375 fondly.
We have video of Vegas on the dinner club before this started.
I wish you'd delete it, but
Oh no, we're gonna take that and like use it for part of our time lapse of over the years, and
so long as I never have to hear it or watch it.
Oh,
I gotcha. I just posted a song that with the lyrics. It's kind of a song that's preoccupied me. One thing that's kind of interesting. I saw something recently that said that one of the symptoms of autism is when people who play like the same song over and over, the same few songs over and over and over again. And I don't know if that's true, but I do that, and it made me wonder.
So I am a diagnosed Aspie. It's correlated with trans stuff, actually. I don't talk about that shit.
Right.
But I do that.
Yeah. So it
just be that there's no better music than Nine Inch Nails. So why would you listen to anything else?
I So Nine Inch Nails. So the affinity I have for Trent Reznor, whom is going to marry me someday, is that he's got two tracks that I feel like were written for me personally, right? And I know that's stupid, and I know that's not true, but I don't feel I've just never felt that way about any song from anybody else, right? And so it's almost like is Trent going through the same thing, right? Is or I mean not like is he trans, but is he having a life experience that mirrors or mimics what I'm going through? Like it's you know, um, yeah. So I'm a total fucking fangirl for Nine Inch Nails, and not to mention like Pretty Hate Machine and well, not Pretty Hate Machine, but that Downward Spiral album coming out when I was like this teenage guy that had like that was going through losing religion and the that kind of shit. Um, yeah, I fucking love Nine Inch Nails. I do. I fucking
I
love them.
I definitely think they're great. I think where I've been kind of preoccupied with Alice in Chains.
Oh, okay.
Um, and a lot of Alice in Chains. I mean, even both with Lane Staley and with William Duvall. There's a lot of stuff about pain and coping and things like that. But I think if I were to pick an artist who, like, I remember the first time I heard it, it hit me so hard, was Henry Rollins, because he wrote a lot of his stuff is very emotional and about dude basically coping with how fucked up life is and everything. And I remember the first time I heard a Rollins song, I was driving down the Garden State Parkway. I know exactly where I was on the parkway when I heard it, and I burst into tears. And I was just like you said, it just spoke to exactly where I was at that moment, and it was like almost creepy that it was so exact to what I was feeling.
I can't go into a lot of detail about it, but I did an evaluation on somebody, just a 2 hour talk with them to, try to diagnose them and set a course of treatment. And afterward, I talked to somebody else and they're like, how'd that go? And I said, that song Liar by the Henry Rollins Band? Like how it switches back and forth so
Right.
like seamlessly between the two people? That was this guy.
Mm.
And I felt like Henry Rollins was a genius way back when because, like, I see what he was singing about
Right.
in people now. Maybe
Right.
not the people that I would have ever associated with, but Henry Rollins was a very worldly man who met a lot of people, and he captured them very well in music.
Well, that's the thing, and it's funny. I actually wanted to write him about that song because I've seen him. My wife and I've seen him live twice. He was actually in the area recently, but the timing just didn't work, and so I didn't go. Um, but anyway, he actually has negative feelings about that song. He feels it's commercial. He feels it was done as kind of a joke, and that he was kind of surprised and dismayed the fact that it got popular. But I wanted to let him know that, like, at literally the darkest moment in my life, where I was basically ready to give up on everything, and I reached out my last lifeline to somebody, and they slapped my hand away, and I was like, yeah, I guess that's it. I guess it's time to check out. And I played that song, and it made me angry because I guess something in me realized, like, well, the people that have basically used me and tossed me aside, they don't give a fuck
Mm-hmm.
if I go and jump off a cliff, and my existence. They might laugh, they wouldn't care, and they were just users, and I was just a mark, and that if I give up, they win. and I went into spite mode, and I stayed in spite mode for 2 years, but it got me through. It saved my life.
Mhm.
Because I mean, I was done, man. I rented a motel room. I got 2 bottles of wine, 2 bottles of pills, and I was just gonna go goodbye, Joe. And obviously, I didn't do it. But
For me, hearing that song in my teenage years, like Nine Inch Nails to Vegas, it was formative for me, and like that's what you don't want to be,
mm,
you know. And a lot of people have the potential to be quite psychopathic when they're teenagers, and for me, that was a bit of fatherly advice that I wasn't getting anywhere else. I was actually seeing people trying to make people into that,
mm.
you know.
Well, that was one
So,
thing I will say too. That the people that the kind of people that kind of used and abused me, they didn't turn me into that exactly, but I started realizing that because people, I was very easygoing, and so people tended to like me, even if they didn't care about me. They might like, I was affable, right? And they tended to say more to me than they probably should. And so I started realizing, like, oh, I have the goods on all these people. I know all their secrets. And it was very easy for me to get more secrets to gotta go like, oh, this, and just have this casual conversation, and people would just tell me shit that they really shouldn't have told me. And I never actually used any of it, but I was in a position to where, like, and then there was one point where somebody was basically kind of threatening me, and I was like, oh, well, if we're gonna go down that road, I have all the receipts.
mhm.
And I was glad I didn't go there. I was glad I didn't have to go there. And that was the kind of point, the turning point, actually, where I started to realize, okay, Spite Land's not a good place to live. It might have saved your life, but you can't live there, you know. Um, and I got away from that. But
So
but
what do you think? What do you think you want? Like, or what do you? What are your options? Like, what are you thinking about?
um,
You don't have to answer.
yeah, I mean, it's hard. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one thing. I'm kind of getting. There's moments when I really still love having the business. It's a lot of times that I don't. It's a lot of stress.
I was gonna ask if it was
A
related to
lot
your
of
work.
stress. And this is the one thing that you know. Yeah, obviously, you know me. I'm on the left, but I'm not a leftist. And when I deal with leftists and some of the ridiculous bullshit that they say, and I'm just like, why don't you try it? If you think it's so easy, why don't you try it? Right? And Raven knows, Mike knows, Paul knows, you know, and it's just like, yeah, I want the result. I want the safety net. I want it so that people don't have to suffer, that they can get through life, and if they stumble, that we help pick them up. But like I don't know how many times I run into these leftists that are like, because I own a business, I'm some horrible exploiter. I'm like, well, there have been years that I made less than everybody because we have a bad year. And so my labor has value too. It's not like I'm just sitting back, Jay got rocks and just collecting checks. I do a lot. I gone large segments. I mean, I've had some good years, but there's some times I've gone large, segments of time with no money. There's times I had to put back in large sums of money so we could pay the bills and pay the payroll. But it's just like,
Just
and I'm
waiting.
like, well, you fucking people, if you believe this so much, why don't you start your employee-owned business? Pool all your resources, write a business plan, and make your employee-owned thing, and make your socialist, dream. But they
Because
don't,
they can't.
because they
Because
can't.
they can't. We know that. And so maybe. I mean, I know I'm like an outlier and stuff, but I do hope that, and enough sensible Republicans to join the Democrats. I do. Like after the fallout of everything that's going on.
Yeah. At least for the time being, right? At least, hey, let's save democracy.
Right.
And then this is the other part too. The ones that are like, you know, like instead of saying, hey, okay, you know, Biden did the loan forgiveness. You know, he didn't do everything that they wanted, but he gave them something like, it's never fucking good enough. I'm like, well, do you understand the other side is going to take away your rights? They're going to all the liberal things, all the leftist things you want. There's zero chance of them happening because they're going to put all the people on the courts that they want, and they're going to do all these heinous things. They're going to be horrible to trans people and you know other LGBTQ people, and they're going to be horrible to women, and they're going to be horrible to racial minorities and ethnic minorities and religious minorities.
Just horrible.
It's horrible. And it's like, it really is that dire. And, you know, I had somebody say to me a while back, they're like, well, you guys have been saying this since 2000. I'm like, because it's still been fucking true the whole time. We've been on this slide for a long time. You know, and every step, it just keeps getting worse and worse because the more they win, the more emboldened they get. And, you know, I get to the point where it's like, you know, that's why, like, when we were on, you know, on the dinner club and, you know, and, Kate wanted to relitigate the 2016 primaries. I just dropped off. I have no fucking interest in this bullshit. We've said everything we're gonna say. She said all the dumb bullshit that she was gonna say. I didn't want to hear her dumb bullshit again. You know.
Right.
And that was one thing I was a little irritated at Paula. Like, okay, fine, you know, let her talk for a bit. But like, she did it for 25 minutes. Really? Maybe I was a little too harsh when
Is she the Bernie bro type socialist?
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. And you know, maybe I was a little harsh when I had control when Paul was not available. But you know what? Damn it, we weren't mired in trolls, and we didn't have 25-minute sessions of bullshit.
Right.
You know.
Right.
No, you're right, Galen. She's not a good listener. And she will find ways to take whatever you say in a negative way. You know, she's not smart. I'm sorry, she's not fucking smart. I remember during the 2016 election cycle, I had said to her, we were still friends on Facebook, and I said, well, yeah, great, Bernie, but we also have to worry about the other primaries, whether we worry about the House and Senate. And she's like, oh, we can worry about them later. I'm like, no, they happen at the same time. They're not later. There is no later. So if you don't vote in the primary, you only worry about Bernie, and you don't get progressive people in the other positions, then Bernie's agenda goes nowhere. You can't get those people after the primary. Then you can't complain about the Democrats if you didn't do your fucking job. You know? But
how many, like, what proportion? See, like, I don't know that I categorize. Like, I don't have a problem with generally Bernie bros, but there is, like, what proportion of Democrats? It doesn't really matter. I have to do this anyways. So, but I'm just curious, like, because they're fucking loud. The leftists that you're talking about and the growing tanky fucking thing is so goddamn annoying. They are, like, they are so repulsive that they did me no favors. Like, part of my delay is because of people like that, right? They fucking make it super hard. They really do, because they're fucking crazy.
They are crazy. Well, to the point of where, like, okay, on Ukraine. Now, I know Galen and I probably disagree a bit on Ukraine. If you don't want to support Ukraine, that's fine. But there are people out there supporting Russia's invasion. They're like, well, as if they had no choice. I guess they think in their head that modern Russia is the old Soviet, is the spiritual successor of the old Soviet Union. It's this leftist thing, which, first of all, they weren't leftist before either. They were an authoritarian thing. I know a lot of people who were from there. I had a guy, one of my fraternity brothers was fucking from there. He was actually a Jew from Ukraine. And it was not this fucking egalitarian place ever. There was plenty of bigotry and racism. Maybe it wasn't quite as sexist, but it was not a good place to live. And but they think that this is the successor to that. And I'm like, no, this is imperialism. telling a country that they can't associate with who they want to associate with and threatening them with force is imperialism. By the way, also Russia, right wing, the right wing authoritarian, they're not leftist. And
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like
Russia has morphed into a pseudo-fascist kind of thing. It's not left wing even a little bit.
no. Well, and the only thing I can think of is their thing is, well, if the U.S. is bad in their eyes, that the people who oppose the U.S. must be good, and it doesn't fucking work that way. Both sides in an argument could be wrong,
Right.
and or wrong to different, and it can even be wrong to different levels of degrees, different varying degrees.
So why? So, but why the concern over it? If it's like, why do you feel the need to fight it?
Well, then I don't actually. I block tankies on site now.
Yeah.
I don't deal with them. I just block them
So
on site.
you've seen them. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, absolutely. They're horrible.
They're fucking nuts, man.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm like, what part of, again, and then also the false equivalences. Like if you can't distinguish between collateral damage where you accidentally kill civilians and when you target civilians, I got nothing for you. At that point, it's just like, you know what? You're too fucking gone to and yes, I understand that the person on the receiving end may not care. If your daughter was killed, you probably don't give a shit whether it was an accident, she was killed by accident or killed on purpose. I get that, but from a morals perspective, it matters.
right. Have you heard of this MAGA communism at all?
No, but I'm not surprised because Bo actually did a thing about that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did a while back, but basically saying how they're right wing socially, but their day-to-day things are actually kind of leftist and they don't even know it.
So yeah, there's another term that I float around trolling, but I don't know that it's actually trolling anymore. But this Nazbol vortex, right? National Bolshevism. And I can go to the YouTubes, I shit you not, or fucking poll on 4chan because I have this pathological thing of looking at the most awful shit on the internet. But so I'm telling you, it's a thing. Tankies recruiting Trump people, and the Trump people are so fucking dumb. They're like, this is good, because it's just like I fucking told you. This is never about being conservative, right? And I don't know what number of people this is, but the prevalency I've seen online means it's a thing. It's clearly a fucking thing, and it's weird, and everybody in it is fucking stupid.
Well, the thing is, and I think we talked before about how there, even during the 2016 campaign, there was some overlap between the MAGA people and the Bernie people.
Yeah.
And part of it is like, look, people know at some level that they're getting fucked over, right? So, and that's where populism comes out of. The populism is that things like, hey, we're getting fucked over, and the powers that be are not fixing it for whatever reason. So I want to get this person that comes here and says, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna break with tradition, and I'm gonna do a different thing. And a lot of times they don't really even care what the different thing is. They just want the different thing because the establishment is not doing it or not getting it done for and then unfortunately they don't necessarily know the reasons why the things aren't getting done. Part of it, which is their lack of participation up till now, but so they just want change. And there is it's the horseshoe theory.
And, like I find it relatable. My story. I don't like using the word displaced, but I guess it's the word, right? I felt displaced and estranged from my extended family coming from the Rust Belt in Ohio, right? Out of Akron, having moved to Vegas, right? And so those forces that were kind of propping up Bernie and Donald Trump, right, are things that kind of resonated with me because I didn't understand, like it was coming to terms with this world where everybody moves everywhere and everybody's, it's just, I kind of get like the desire for the stability that people want, like in that way, right? And there's clearly something there for people. Like there is space to seize that market, so to speak, right? It's just that the one that we ended up getting was really, really shitty, right? And also not really populist. But
True. He used populist rhetoric without actually having a populist.
sure. But the rhetoric, I can sympathize with that instinct because they are getting fucked over, right? So but
well, you think
but it ain't from the Mexicans or the Muslims. Or the
well, exactly, and that's what I've been saying for a long time. Is that that's the scary part, because they're not wrong. They're right to have grievances, but they've been convinced or allowed themselves to be convinced that it was the other. It was the foreigner, it was the feminist, it was the trans person, it was the gay person, it was the black.
It was
person.
the guy that took $973 billion home last year. That's who did it to you, right?
Right.
The reason that you can't afford to eat well is because your boss is kind of a shithead. Right. That's the real reason. So.
Yeah. I mean, and the other thing, the right wing has been convinced. I remember this was some time ago, it was like maybe 2015. I was at our own little private game convention we did, and it was in Tennessee that year, and listening to the adult son of one of the players that I knew, kind of parroting these fucking talking points of, oh well, we get, well, my boss pays me enough, and and we're motivated to work hard, and you see him with his fancy car, and I'm like, but you'll never have that with the bullshit you get paid. You're never ever going to have that. You're never going to own a business. You're never going to give you all. Just like Joe the plumber, right? Joe the plumber was worried about the taxes in the building he was never going to have.
Right.
On the business, it's like, but they've all been convinced that they're just this far away. If it wasn't for those people, we'd have that stuff.
I like, it's hard to, like, I know it's just hard. I'm so embarrassed.
Well, this is the one thing, I don't know how, it was kind of funny actually, because again, I have this problem on both ends. And I remember for I don't know how many times, Raven, Mike, I'm sure you remember, I kept telling because Kate was like, well, we need some way to balance it. I'm like, high marginal tax rates. That's what the 70% rate in the 50s and the 91% in the 70s. The 91% was probably too much, but still the very high top marginal rate. It wasn't to actually collect. No one actually ever paid 70%. It was to basically dissuade anybody from keeping that much money, so that they would spread it out. So they'd either pay their workers more, spend more on training, spend more on new equipment, invest back in their business. And so this way, that was the way to avoid the tax.
So capitalism can work, you mean? Right.
Well, right. Well, and that's basically, so this way, so that's how you balance it. So you have capitalism, but it's not unrestricted. It basically said, okay, yeah, you can become fairly rich, but if you get beyond a certain point, that means that you are not sharing. You're not sharing with the people who are actually generating the
So I'm a capitalist. I can appreciate a market economy, and I can appreciate that the market doesn't provide fucking everything. And it's just like but see, the thing is, I've always been a little bit more sensible on shit with that. But it's almost like politics as a religion for them.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It goes to that same level of fervor and usually lack of introspection.
Very, very much team sport kind of thing. More than Democrats. I don't think Democrats are the same way. I mean, they have a lot of that, but not. It's not the same.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was really funny because I kept telling this to Kate, because and then eventually one day we're having our panel again, and then she basically parrots what I had been saying for like the 18 months prior, and I was just like, and I didn't see, and I shut the fuck up. I was like, okay, I don't care. Yes, because she acted like she just figured this out. Fine, believe that. That's okay. I don't care.
What a great idea.
Coming into you for 18 months. You got there. Yay. All right. Let's.
I'm by the way, I'm going to shut down the stream. So good night, everybody watching.
See you. See ya.
Yeah.
Hope you have a
He's in
good
there.
time. Doo doo.
There you go. Magic Garden. All right, everybody. Bye.